What's up?
How's it going, Alex? Hello, YouTube.
Doing good. Got fibs and two nectarines in here. Gotta keep the chat kosher now.
Kosher sounds legitimate.
So YouTube. You guys are joining us. You can always type in Discord. We're over here on the stage. You're more than welcome to pop in. We got both full screen book map and Ryan's full screen trading view chart. I almost say TV. Are you testing out those new features, huh? The screeners and all that cool stuff.
Stop ES sell. Iceberg ES sell. Iceberg ES buy.
Yeah. Looks like we opened down a little
Iceberg
bit.
ES buy. Iceberg ES sell. Stop ES buy. Iceberg ES buy.
Well,
Yeah.
I feeling some kind of type of way about all-time high.
Yeah. See if we can get it.
Stop ES buy. Stop NQ buy. Stop NQ buy. Stop NQ sell. Stop ES sell. Stop ES sell.
Yeah.
Stop
I think
NQ
if we get a
sell.
pullback, I'm looking for a pullback to 700 and then
NQ
we
sell.
go again. Same thing on ES. If we pull back, I'm looking for the pullback to come down to about 64.15. So let's see if we can get a. Did I say 700? 715.
Stop NQ sell. Stop ES sell. Stop NQ sell. Stop
For everybody
NQ
to
buy. Stop
put
ES
in their
sell.
shorts
Stop
and
NQ
then I go
sell.
long.
Stop NQ buy.
The other way. Trade against the chat. It's everyone's weekend. Hopefully they had a good weekend.
Iceberg NQ buy.
Just honeydews.
Oh yeah.
Honeydew this, honeydew
Yeah.
that.
I hear that.
Yeah, my bay windows needed
More
green.
baying.
Yeah, that too.
They need to stick out more.
Mhm.
Yeah, the weekend wasn't long enough. That's definitely sure.
Back to work. For those of you going back to college this month.
Yeah.
Back to it's just
And
I actually am going back to school this semester,
oh, nice.
but nothing that interferes with my
Your day to
1
day.
hour day to day. Although it might be a little late on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Oh, that's fine. That works out. You actually might fit into my schedule.
Fine by me.
I might be able to slide in there with you on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Cool.
Unless it's the third Thursday of the month, and I'm swamped.
Fair enough.
All
I mean,
kinds of things going on the third Thursday of the month.
Yeah. Taking 12 credits, and I'm really trying to get this business degree.
Mm.
More so, I guess now at this point in time in my life, it's just to show my children that they need to go to college, continuous learning.
Yes, yes.
I mean, as much of a scam as it is, it's still, it's good to always be learning.
Yeah, I think my biggest take from higher education was that you learn how to manage everything better. It's that's more like on you. Before, like if you're like at home with parents and going to schools, you'll get to it whenever. But now it's like the onus is on you to do all the work and
Right.
to make sure it's done. You know,
Right.
to find time for it, basically. So it's like that's what I was like. If you're good at that, man, college is gonna be easy.
Right. I
But if
mean,
that PlayStation is calling you at at 10 p.m. and that report that needs to be finished at 9 a.m. it's like, yeah, I'll get to it. I got a few hours.
I got lucky. I kind of finished all my English classes when I was younger. Um, but it's the math that kills me.
Oh, the math, yeah.
It's memorizing the quadratic equations and college algebra and statistics. And because the statistics is charting, so it's like I look at that stuff all day long, and I still can't seem to comprehend some of it. But I'll get there,
Yeah, no worries.
and it's cool. It's more or less like if I can get my degree, not
Stop
just for
ES bot.
career base, but just again to show my kids, even a 2-year degree, even just the continuous learning, um, and staying active in life, just continue it. Like my son, he traded on Friday. He killed it, and he's like,
Nice.
"Dad, I made my whole 2-week check in a half hour." And he works full time and trading options. And and his buddy that I actually set up for trading, um, he lost 400 on Friday. Um,
Okay,
and
that's a good way to learn. You pay to learn.
well, yeah, he's definitely paying to learn. His buddy is, but I asked my son, I go, what do you think is different between you and him? And he goes, well, he has 2 screens, we have 4, and you've been looking at the market for years. Actually, I'm nice enough to let him trade on my account. He's gonna be 18 soon. K-Mac. So, I told him on Friday, I go, he wanted to buy puts in that pullback on Friday. And I said, it's slowing down. You think your original bias to go long? Because he's like, I want to go long. And then he was watching the market for about 10 minutes. He's like, I think I should go puts. And I'm like, I think this is gonna pop right back up. And he went 10 contracts long and with 250 bucks. And then he added 5 at 30 cents. So another 120, $130. And he got out at the top in that final pump push to the top of that that trend. And he made his 2 weeks check in 30 minutes. So I told him, I go, that the difference between your friend and you is that I'm not counseling you to buy and sell. I'm counseling you to handle the emotions that come through when you feel like it's going to pull back, and obviously giving you the signal
Stop
of
NQ buy.
wait for it to see if it pulls back and then exit. But he almost exited at like 50% or it was 100% gain. And he was like, I'm ready to get out. I'm ready to get out. I was like, I think it's going to go another 100%. And he got out at 200%. But, he did it all himself as to getting out, getting in. And
But he learned how to manage the position
Iceberg NQ
and
sell.
right.
Yeah. That's important. Hold on.
Right.
I gotta roll out really quick. I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second.
So for the YouTube, I mean, he added 10, he bought 10, then he added 5 more. So he had 15 contracts, and he was getting emotional at like the $500 profit. He was like, "Oh my goodness, this is half my check. Like I worked a week for this kind of money, full time, 40 hours." He's understanding that concept. And then of course it popped up another 500. You got out $1,000 profit. Um, Risking 400 bucks and on SPY is 0 DTE. And I said the problem with 0 DTE is that people don't know how to manage emotions. K-Mac, the farmer, you said that, manage the emotions. So really it's when you're managing the emotion in a 0 DTE and dealing with the Greeks that come with the days till expiration on an option. You lose so much money if you buy out of the money um contracts. It goes back on you for 2 minutes, you lose every single profit you got. So you really truly don't know if the thing's going to turn around. Oh yeah, QQQ trader. I got another story in the same day with the same situation with him. I asked him, I said, "Hey, throw another $100 into it." And we went long. I actually went long on SPX because we were coming up on the end of the day, running out of runway, and went 15 points above the close on SPX, and it was only $100 because we already cashed out, and it he started to pop off at the mouth. "See, you went short. The thing is pulling back. Blah blah blah." It was this one right here. It was this move right here. I went long here, and we were pumping up, and we hit a resistance, and I was like, "It's either gonna take it or not." But he was cussing at me the whole way down. "See, I could have lost. I lost $100. Blah blah blah. It's never coming back." I said, "Why isn't it coming back? Just wait till 250 our time central." So 350, and then he goes, "It's not coming back." I said, "Why? Because you said it's not gonna go back up." And he's like, "Yep." And I was like, "All right, watch this." And then 250, I said, "Well, just wait. We got 1 minute before it pops." And it popped up. And he started like kind of like giggling and smiling and going, "Okay, dad knows something about the market that I don't." And he shut up after it came up, and he's getting ready right about here to exit the market on SPX. But SPX didn't move quite like NQ did. Just to give you guys a quick setup. So it came down and then shot back up on SPX on the 1 minute. And really, he was smiling right about here, and he kept going, and he's getting ready to exit the market because I know that if it shot up to 405, that's actually, it was a 405 all. I know that if it would have did one of those pops, it would have made money, but then it would have been in a minute. So we weren't sure if it was going to hit that or not. Obviously, it did after hours, but the whole point of it is when it really came down to it, he kind of foot and mouthed it. But he didn't know how to lose $100. I go, "You just made 1,000, and now you're crying about 10% of that." So I still have to work with him on the emotion side of losing. When he'd walk in on me in the morning sometimes and go, "Oh, you're down $350 on options, Dad. Haha, you should have went long, or you should have went short." And I said, "If you can't handle that, you shouldn't trade. If you can't handle your drawdown, you shouldn't trade." Yeah, there's risk management, but if I'm willing to risk 300 for 10 grand, that's a risk reward that I'm trying to achieve and be okay with it. Um, I think it was Wednesday I had an example. I turned 500 into $2,500, and I actually lost it back all. I lost it all. Let it I let it expire 0. And I didn't hurt. It didn't hurt. Yeah, 22 grand's 2 grand. But if if it would have went up 15 more points on the SPX, it would have been worth 10 grand. And I was willing to risk 2,500 to make 10. So I was holding. No, it's not. You're right. It's not proper risk management. It's you got to stay consistent. I agree with you, RQ. But, you know, when there's a difference, everybody's different. Trading is a rich man's
Stop
game.
NQ buy.
It was actually yeah, it was 500%. Oh, no, 400%. Let 400% go to zero. Yep. And you know what? The thing is that there have been multiple days that I would TP,
Stop NQ buy.
and if I would have held, I would have made 10 grand. So again, the thing is that you truly don't know how the market's gonna roll, and I tilt. Like for me, taking a TP at 2 grand and then watching it go to 10 tilts my mind. For me, holding a $500 trade to 2,500 to watch it go to zero because it didn't go to $10,000 gain, it didn't tilt me because I only risked 500. And sure, I could have taken my TP at 500, but in a live cash account on options trading, you don't get that money back unless it's on a margin account. So I can't just exit the trade with a small account and then get back into a short, which is probably the better route after I exit the trade, because I'd have to load up the account with more money, and I only load up the account with what I want to lose. I agree, QQQ trader. You know, nothing wrong with scaling out, but this market's always moving, and when you have when you do have some sort of income to help with the drawdown situation, if you know, it does. I mean, if you can afford it. Again, I don't load up my cash account with money that I can't afford. So risk management is I plan to lose everything I deposit. So risk management essentially in the trade itself is bad, but my risk management is what I deposit for the day to use. I'm okay with losing. What's up with the charts, KJ? I'll tell you what. It's been 15 minutes, so we got the 15-minute candle just closing. That's what's up with the chart. It's pulling down. So ORB is right there. So if we come back, I don't know, you want to take a trade? You want to trade this slow chop? By all means, take a trade. But when it comes to risk, we're talking about risk management. So my risk management is taking a portion of my funds, depositing it into my account, and willing to lose that. Yeah, that's my risk management. And you can say it's bad risk management, but I'm not throwing 100 grand in there and losing it to zero. Okay, so that's a very expensive educational learning. So, I mean, you can't, the thing about options trading, Rage Quitter, too, is that you need a big, like, for instance, say, for instance, if I had a big portfolio in my options account, I would have a margin account first off, which is $25,000. Okay, if I wanted a big portfolio, right? And then I deposit 25 grand in it and obviously trade 1% of it. That makes sense. Maybe even a little less. But when you throw $500 in there, you can't just trade $50. It doesn't work that way. You could one contract out of the money. Maybe you get lucky and get a 2 or 3 point move on SPY, or even a 30-point move on SPX. I understand that the size of the portfolio is irrelevant in terms of risk management. I get that, RQ. Correct. QQQ trader. Yeah, every trade I take, I know that what I'm going to lose if I do doesn't affect me anymore. I agree with that QQQ trader, because risk management is I look at my budget for the month, and then I put whatever I want to put in it for that day. So that's my risk management. I don't put in the money that I don't want to risk. But then I don't risk manage that money, and I'm not necessarily gambling it, but also at the same time, I have a goal with it. And again, I was talking to some traders I was reading. When it really comes down to it, you sit there and you think to yourself, if I take this 2,500 and it goes to 10, I can't just get back into it with what I had deposit the money in with it. If I had a margin account, sure, I can get out, I can get in, I can get out, I can get in same day. 25K PDT doesn't affect me. Life is grand. But the thing is that I already agreed to myself, I'm not going to load the account up with more money after I get into a trade. So this is it for the day. All right, we're pulling back up above the VWAP here. 9 EMA, trying to cross the 20 EMA. If we can retest this VWAP and find some sort of support off this cross, we're just crossing, so we got to retest it. I think I like to go long. Do 2. Right back up into that. High a day. We'll do that right there. I want to go long at 23,739. Could be tricking me and deciding to make a lower high and then pop right back down. Rage quitter. No, I'm not saying that 100% port every time is good risk management. I guess maybe I didn't explain to you that, like, in my budget, I don't risk what I can't lose. So that to me is risk management. Now I don't load the account with $5,000 and say, oh, well, let's full port in $5,000 today. No. I load it with 10% of that. And then if I want to full port that expense, then I'll do that. It's an expense. Even if it's, 1%, and 1% of 50,000 is still what, $500? Yeah. Okay, rage quitter. That's fine. I don't say it's good either. I mean, it's not, it's options, I don't, it's 0 days till expiration. And I don't know how familiar you are with the instrument, but you can go from $500 positive on SPX to $500 negative in a minute. And risk management or not, you can't get out of the trade fast enough to manage anything. Fair enough. None of them risk 100% of their cash port, and none of them have a cash. They must have a margin account if they're a profitable options trader. Cash port, okay. See, and that's okay. I can afford to lose the $300-400 I load up with in a day. That's not a problem. I mean, that's what I want to trade with. And that's, to me, it is risk management, because I'm not loading it up with the full amount of monies that I want to load up with to leverage margin per se. So, I mean, risk management, if it doesn't hurt when you lose it, you know, I mean, hey, if you go into the market and you're like, well, I have $5,000 and you put in $500, then you just risk manage $4,500, in my opinion. You know? Ooh. So I guess that's how I see risk management. It's, you know, and days that you make $4,000 or $5,000 with $400, is that risk management? I mean, I know when it hits, it hits. Yeah, actually, it is QQQ Trader. I'm not saying that, like, hey, it's okay to go up in there and risk your full entire amount of monies. No, like, I look at my total amount and I'm like, okay, I'll risk $200 today, and I wouldn't put any more money in there. Now I'm supposed to risk manage that. In other words, yeah, I should give myself tomorrow, but I still have a budget for tomorrow as well. Does that make sense? It's not like, right. Right. So, of course, I would suggest to anyone trading, you know, even if you do plan to lose $200 of your budget for today, I would suggest still continuing to risk manage the 200. Of course. But once you exit the trade in a cash account, you have to wait literally till midnight the next day, 12:01 the next day, to get those funds back. And that's what makes it difficult to play with options. And then again, too, in SPX, when you trade SPX, if the thing turns around you and you're out of the money because you only put $200 in, and Wagnificent would say, agree, because I know he looks at SPX, at $200, you can't even buy at the money. Sure, you can scale down and go to SPY and buy one contract at the money and risk manage that by the penny, sure. But I mean, are we here to make money, or are we here to make $50? Sure, it's a time of build, a time of, you know, build it up and slowly, and then you can have a very, very expensive educational experience where you make 35 and lose 27. I was really hoping VWAP would have gone somewhere. I mean, again, you're right. It's, when you have $200, you can only go to SPY. If you really truly want to make something, in SPX, you're kind of gambling in a way, because you don't really know if you're gonna have a 30-point day or 50-point day. Because on average, 50 points, if it moves 50 points, you'll make 10 grand if you buy it out of the money. And you can buy 30-cent contracts, $30 a contract for, you know, you can buy at $200, you buy 20-cent contracts for 10 contracts. And if it moves that many points, 50 points in a day, and you're in the right direction, yes, you'll make 10 grand on SPX. Because at the money in SPX is an average of $8 to $10 a contract, give or take a couple points on SPX. SPY, on the other hand, you can turn $25 into, like, again, you can buy one contract for $25, 25 cents a contract, and play with one contract. And you have to literally be moving that direction out of the money to make any money. So you really have to be a good analyst and executor to trade that far out of the money, because you can't buy any contracts. I promise you this: you cannot buy any contracts at $25 on SPY at the money. Correct. But then also professional traders look at loss as expense. See, there's a difference. Losses are expenses. And, they'll put on $1 million trade as a pro trader. And, again, I understand hedge funds and institutional traders only need to be right 65% of the time. So if you're trying to buy the premium moves, the moves that cause, premiums to fluctuate extensively, then yeah, you can literally buy a put option out of the money, wait for a 3-minute candle that's, on SPY, that's 1 or 2 points, which is $1 or $2 move, and then a retrace. You can literally make, turn 10-cent contracts into 30-cent contracts in about 5 seconds. But you have to have a good broker to get you out and buy you at the money, or get you out of the market at that right time. And that's the thing. What broker are you using in options trading to get you out of that position with a good fill? You could, it really depends on the broker you're using too. Um I agree, WAG. They're all ass. They're all ass in the grand scheme of things. It's yeah, exactly. So, the fake outs are real too, man. So, it's, you don't want to become, in the end of the day, you don't want to become completely immune to the fact that you're losing money. In the morning, but I would never teach what I do, per se, Rage. Just to say, I wouldn't never ever suggest anybody to full port and not risk it, manage the risk there. Of course, it's all, and I would never teach anybody to enter short or long or short. It doesn't matter. What a lot of people don't understand about options trading is the Greeks. That's the main thing. They don't understand why does the price change so quickly based off time, value, volume, just in general, just the theta and the IV crush and everything else in between. So it's understanding that concept too, open interest. It all takes into effect with that type of instrument. So it's yeah, exactly. Again, that's the brokerage that you're working with, because you could see price come up to, $1,000 profit, hit the market out button, but you're still paying a commission. You might not hit the market fast enough if your internet's too slow. Price might not be there when your order gets to the market. And then of course, you know what? You don't know what your brokerage is going to be able to fill it at. Then at the same time too, it's like you see it hit $2,000 and then you're like, holy crap, it's 1,500. Holy crap, it's 500. It's like, whoa, what happened? It's only been 3 minutes. you know? No, KJ, I haven't been interested in a morning talk show host. No. Although I did want to kind of open up a live stage Monday through Friday to teach Greeks, theta, options, the options chain, just kind of go through it with people. But I think at that level, I would charge a monthly rate in this Discord. So I was thinking about doing that. I don't know if I would have the support of anybody who would want to learn, because I do it every day. Futures trading is just an ETH thing. Extended trading hours, I do. Options trading is what I really love to do. One thing I've learned about regular trading hours with futures is you can enter here and it'll still be $20 a point, down or up, forever. Options trading, it can shoot up here and be worth more and get out and come right back down to your entry, and you would have nothing. I do like Fidelity. I ain't gonna lie. I do like Fidelity. I like Thinkorswim. I use Robinhood because honestly, I pull the money out immediately. And Robinhood sucks. The commissions are cheap, but again, what you get, what you pay for. So cheap is going to be cheap. So you better be on spot. I mean, you better be on point, fast about it. It is faster than TradingView. I would typically like to watch the Robinhood charts and they're getting better with their charts. So, I've been with Robinhood for about 3 or 4 years, but I like the fact that it would be available at midnight. I could use the money. I could redeposit, reload up pretty simply, easily. You have a debit card to use. It's connected to a checking account. You don't need to use it, and they instantly deposit money right away. So it's not right. I'd like to see Green and Nico. I'm Ryan Mack, your co-host. So. DK England. I would probably would like a commitment. You guys would have to sign an agreement saying that I'm not teaching you to enter a trade per se or a particular price on a trade. If I did do that, so you would have to sign a document or at least acknowledge that it, educational purposes only. We'd go through just everything you need to learn and know about it, plus watch the charts and essentially what the difference between a margin account is, a cash account, how to get into trading 0 DTEs or even swing trading. I mean, I would probably want to I would trade SPY. Looks like we're falling and finding that VWAP as resistance. But if we can hold this trend, I'd be somewhat he's somewhat positive to that. Right, John Yen. It's exactly that's the thing. You'd have to use your own cash. There's no prop firm for it. You can't. You can't. You can learn different strategies. You could do iron condors. You can do covered calls. You can covered puts, or you do spreads, straggles. You can do so many different types of strategies with options that you can make money when the market stays in a range. And you can sell puts, sell calls. You can buy puts, buy calls. You can buy puts and sell calls. You can do both at the same time. You can buy calls, buy puts, all at the same time. You can do all four legs. So, I mean, I know a couple of you have said that you would options trade or at least want to learn how to do such. But I mean, I'm curious. I'm just real curious as to if anybody would like to learn. And I wouldn't be just like open up a chart like I do here and trade it. No, I would go through, okay, what brokerages would be good, to get into, kind of to fit your trading style. Explain 0 days till expiration, all the ins and outs to trading them. You guys already know structure. You already know indices. You already know ETFs. It's the same back and forth. It's the same thing, same, but different. So really, it's just knowing when to get in and get out of a trade. It's understanding that if you're options trading, say you went short here, you would want to get out here. You don't want this thing coming back, because if you did, when this came back, you just lost half of your position. And if it gets back to this price, it won't be worth the same price that it was here, because that much time has gone by, even if it's the same strike. So really, in options, you want to add here if you held. And then you're kind of risking the fact that, hey, do I add or sell? Or you hold. And if you held to here, you'd lose money. So we got to pull up. We got to pull up if you want to learn options trading with me. We trade futures here. Sure, that's one. But it would be in the Discord. So I think that what would happen is that if you did decide to want to learn how to trade options, you get the Macdicator, and obviously you'd have a monthly subscription to kind of get an idea for that, how they work, examples of how it works. Pretty simple, pretty easy to do. But like if you bought long down here in an option and got to here, you would want to exit up here at this resistance. You wouldn't want to hold. You don't want to hold options. And then if you have a large account and you're getting in 10 contracts at the money, you would want to exit there. That's a good win right there. 20 cents a move, 20-cent move on SPX or on SPY with $5,000 in an options account is about anywhere between, how fast it's moving, anywhere between $500 to $1,000. You buy 5 SPX calls. So you would make a G cash, boom, done. And 20-cent move on SPY. And if you get a 50-cent candle, then you'd make more. You make anywhere between 1,500 to 2K on a SPX. But then again, too, SPX calls are $900 to $1,000 a contract. So that's the risk you take. And if you put on 5, that's $5,000. So you're risking 5 to make 1K at minimum if you don't exit the move. And then your brokerage has to come through and get you that price. It is struggling to hold trend right now. I mean, I think slow though. That's the thing. It's slowly coming up. Continue to make higher lows, higher low. 1, 2, 3. So, oh man, I messed my chart up, guys. Let me see if I can get it back without messing it up. Okay, so I think that if we continue lower to this 200 EMA and break the 200 EMA, I'm out. I'm done. If we go back up for this gap up here that we have a 5-tick gap for in this area, we could continue off that because we made a higher low if we want to break that above. And if you guys are interested in going regular trading hours and learning options, and the thing about it is here's the thing. Knowing that you guys know how to trade futures, and if you have cash live accounts in futures and you're trading options as well at the same time, you could literally hedge your positions entirely. You can like you can load up on puts while you're long in a position, like, and you can load up like 3 or 4 days out. So it's not it's quite interesting what you can do with both if you have the knowledge. It's just another tool in the toolbox to trade and use as a thing to sell. And if it's like, if the ultimate goal, I think for me, my thinking is to build up enough capital I just reloaded it, MX. To own enough shares to receive a passive income. That's what the goal is, to own enough shares to receive dividends on a passive income. Now, when you own those shares, what do you do when the market wants to tank? Well, you hedge it with options. Yeah, Wags can do it. He wants. I mean, it's when you work with somebody who's been doing it for 3 years and consistently, I've done it for 15, but I've been at it every day for 3. And maybe because of risk management, you nominate Wags. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of rich already, so I'm not worried about it. It's fine. But that's the difference. And now, of course, I would teach risk management, obviously. I wouldn't want you to blow the 300 you deposited in the account like I would, because there's a difference between wanting to afford it and being able to afford it. Yeah, we could if he wants to. I mean, it's not going to be entirely free because I don't do it for free now. So yeah, and that's why I know I say I want to get on live when I'm doing options, but I think to myself, and I'm like, you know, this stuff is pretty valuable and it breaks your mind. It truly does. And it breaks your mind more than futures. Because futures, I can hold this all day. Goes a negative 20,000. That's poor risk management, but I can still, when it comes back to this price point, it'll be worth 0. In options, it'll be negative or worthless or a little bit worth than more than what it was. So it's the whole concept of understanding that. Yeah, wags can do. It's actually, signals are illegal. I've been doing the research on what it would take to teach options legally, and you cannot at all. Even in what I'm doing here is for educational purposes, entertainment purposes only. I can't rattle off and say, "Oh, you need to buy 23 blah 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 blah." I can't say that. That's illegal. FTC can come down on my head and sue me and throw me out and feed me to the wolves. And that's just it. Like, you have a set of guidelines. You can explain what open interest is. Obviously, we understand what volume is, and obviously we understand. Some of us understand IV crush. Intrinsic value, and then of course deltas, the Greeks that come with it, theta. You're just a theta killer right there, man. I mean, you can't go out buy 100 contracts out of the money and say, okay, now it needs to dump $30. It's not going to work that way. You can trade options in NQ on futures, but props don't do that. So, and cash account, yeah, you really, without understanding it, kind of, you don't want to do it. They trade options on everything. Just pretty much. But really, truly, it's the counseling of zero DTE, understanding the emotions that come with it, how fast it moves. At least I know right here I'll be at negative 240 in options. I'm already almost zeroed out. And you're like, why did it go to 0? The intrinsic value isn't there. I'd be curious to see which ones are. I'd like to trade futures options, but I'm sure if it moves anything like regular options, sticking to regular futures is just probably the best way. Yeah, he did post a huge prop. That was a huge prop firm. $1 million prop. I was like, wow, I'm interested. Gotta spend like $1,000 to get it. take your time to pass it. I mean, that would be worth my time. I'd do that. So, I mean, and here's the thing though. When it really comes to options, it's the one of the things that I like about trading options, it's the cash availability. It's the cash availability. That's all. With the brokerage that I use, it's how fast I'm able to turn money. That's it. That's the only thing. Um it's nothing else, nothing less. And yeah, sure, you can say it's gambling at 0 DTE, but you can buy a week out. That's not a problem. And I've done that before. You make a lot of money on buying a week out. Say, for instance, if you bought Apple long, shit, that thing went up 30 points last week. I mean, really, it's just, does anyone know it's going to go up 30 points? No. But if it does, when you're in the right side, whoa, ho, ho, ho. And then, of course, you turn 40-cent contracts into $5 contracts overnight, you're rich. you know, pay structure. Yeah, good. I mean, Rage Quitter, you probably would do really well with that. So it's just really, it's like futures. I gotta make a withdrawal. I gotta wait 3 days. I gotta, it's on live cash. There's no point really. And then any other brokerage that's not tied to a checking account, you gotta wait 3 days for the withdrawal. It's just a hassle. I could die in 10 minutes. That's the way I see life. I could die in 10 minutes. I want my money right now. I gotta eat. I want my freaking steak. I want my Wagyu steak. I want my, I want to go on my yacht. I want to go fishing. It's that's how I think. I can die. And if when I die, I can't take any of it with me. I'm not gonna live forever. I promise you guys that. So it's just quicker, faster, easier. And put it into that. And when you have $3,000 or $4,000 days, and then you start to think of your time, and you go, well, you just bumped up your thought process about your time, and you're like, how valuable your time is, and how people are willing to give it away for $25 an hour at and 40 hours a week minimum without driving. That's not including drive time. So I mean, hey, if you want to cap yourself on an hourly rate and try to figure out how to risk manage a prop firm, it's kind of one of those things where it's like you're already in the space. A pyramid, aka multi-level marketing, is that what MLMs? I'm not saying a YOLO per se, but I mean, anyone can debate what's on the other side of it. But the whole point of it is that I know that from what I've seen with my own eyes, I ain't coming back after I kick the bucket. Not to this world. So it's just kind of one of those things where it's like I got my kids. I'm teaching my kids. My kids are doing better than other kids without being taught. And of course, I would have told my son risk management. I mean, I told him take the 500 profit or the 450 profit if it turns around. If it keeps pumping, then wait. And of course, he saw the get out. So no to take your riches beyond. The only way I could take riches beyond is give it to my children. And my children are going to learn options trading. They all know the charts. They all know I'm sitting right here right now. They're like, Dad is on YouTube talking to people about trading. All right, we're coming up on that 200 EMA. I'm really not liking how slow this is. So I'm looking at possibly trying to risk manage my stuff. But Yeah, so my kids see the chart. You know, they see my desk, they see what I do. They even giggle and laugh when they see the market going red or green, and they say, "Dad, are you red or green today?" And I say red, and not in my trade, but in the direction. They look and they go red, go red, go red. You know, they're rooting for it. And that's the thing. It's like teaching them that they can turn $5 into $1,000. It's completely possible. Especially if you bought a $5 contract in Apple last week, you would have been loaded up on Friday at that price with one contract. So I mean, that's just kind of the things where you could have shoulda, coulda, woulda. But I'm not I don't like to trade regular equities because the contracts are going to be a lot more expensive and they're 1 week expirations. So which is better for the money, but you know, it doesn't move. They barely move 4%. When they do, it's significant. So I just really think that it's beneficial to have in your toolbox. I think all my kids are they're gonna learn futures too. You know, my 17-year-old just walked in here and like, where's it going?
Absorption
Where's
and
it
Q
going? I want to
bias.
trade on Monday. So it's kind of one of those things. Time is valuable, and when you have currency, you realize how much time you don't have. And I'm almost 40, so to me, that's my half life almost. Um, you know, midlife crisis per se, and you know, it's kind of one of those situations where it's like I can't afford 300-400 bucks, then something's wrong. I can't. Something's not right. And if my kids are on their last $100, I want them to know and learn that they can make money with that. You know, I don't want them to
Stop
think,
ES buy.
"Well, I'm done for. I'm gonna starve. I can't even pay rent. All I got is $100." You know, um, it's just kind of one of those situations. All right, cool. We got a nice little 10-point candle there. Is that 10 points? Yeah, 10-point candle. Beautiful. Just keep going. Why don't you? Keep going. I'm looking for how it responds at 23, 7, 48, 25. That is a possible resistance for sure. And then I'm going to draw a line there for you guys so you guys can see on my chart. Whoever went long at the bottom, it's just going too slow to keep going lower. Here I am not paying attention. 10-point candles rolling on extended trading hours during Globex. All right, cool. Of course, we could come back and retest this 920, but we need another I'm bullish engulfing candle on the NQ, please. Much appreciated for that poll. Yeah, we got 48% saying they want to just trade futures here. And that's fine. It would be in the Discord. It wouldn't come up here on during the live day stream. So, and then 39% said yeah. Okay, out of 21. So at least 8 of you. Oh no, more. 10. All right. 40% out of 35. And this is not even during like the 250 watching, 300 watching. So there's only 106 of you in here, however many bots. But, you know, I mean, I'd be willing to teach, but it will cost. There would be a fee to enter the room. You would get the Macticator we would talk about every single detail and what everything is. And then, of course, you can get signals off of a different setup. The time that I put in the trading options isn't just during regular trading hours, though. Same thing with futures. I watch other analysts. This Monday, a lot of analysts are 50-50. They think it's going to hit all-time high, and they think that it's going to dump. So between the five that I do watch, they're 50-50 right now. So the question is that how well are you at handling FOMO and price action reading? Should have probably reversed my position. Sheesh. Yeah, that was a fake out, MX. It was 3 minutes to the down. So the EMAs haven't crossed yet. But then again, too, you got to think this is where the crime happened, right here at 23,731-ish before to get that 10-point candle. So that buyer probably got out, obviously, somewhere up here, left everybody hanging dry in the long, and go back and test the 200. But it's okay. We need a 200 EMA test. Question is we're gonna go get this lonely wick up here to the left at 23,771. Looking at the book map again, too. Looking at that, we got about 55 contracts at 735. It just moved just now. Somebody's moving contracts around all over the book just right now. It's like jumping. This guy does no idea. He's trying. What a spoof. But I mean, really, he doesn't know. It's just jumping up and down all over the place. Look at, he's like picking up his stop loss, dropping, and then he just took it off. What the heck? Like he was like trying to get price to move. Like he thinking, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I don't even want it to be me. Yeah, DK England. I saw that. I think we have CPI this week. Let me double check here for you. Was really hoping this trade would stay green, but this week, let's quickly go through it before I pop off the stage here. We got red folder for Australia on Monday. No news for America except for the 3-month bill and 6-month bill auction at about 11:30 a.m. Tuesday we got core inflation rate month over month, core inflation rate year over year, inflation rate month over month, and inflation rate year over year. And that's going to be at about 8:30 a.m. Eastern. So we got that for the NY. There's a couple red books before that in the AM from looks like United Kingdom and Germany. And then on Wednesday, we got no red folders there. No red folders there, but we do have some news in the morning with mortgage rates. And then we have oil exchange, oil stocks exchange. And then we have a red folder for PPI month over month, core PPI, about 8:30 a.m. on Thursday. Friday, retail sales and consumer sentiment for the U.S., which Friday would be a mover.
Stop and Q sell.
So, just tomorrow really is going to be pretty quiet on the American front. We have Australia red folder, at about tomorrow night. So there's nothing much there. Let's look at the fear and greed index
Stop
real
and Q
quick.
sell.
We're sitting at about 59, which is greed. We're greed territory for the market. Everything seems pretty greed or neutral. The junk bonds are at extreme greed. So, and then of course the tariff news that's kind of trying to get ironed out. Seems like whatever the taco's doing, I don't know if he's going to tweet next week, or I think they got on him last time about that. So I think he isn't going to do that anymore. Hope not. And if he does, it's going to be a moving day. Yeah, MX, I think you're right about that. Some sort of inflation, stagflation, deflation, whatever. It's recession. It's just, who knows? It's all a scam. It's a scam to make the pocketbooks. The real gangsters are on Wall Street, in my opinion. Fed will probably cut their rates in September. Sure, that's possible. I think that interest rates will get cut at some point. Buy the hype, sell the news. Buy the hype, sell the news. Yeah, sell the news. Buy the hype. I think that's if we go to all-time highs this week, yeah, buy the hype. They're gonna cut rates, buy the hype. Oh, they cut rates, sell it.
Yeah. All right, I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, I had to take care of some stuff.
Oh, cool. Well, it looks like out of 40, we got 38% want to do options trading during regular trading hours. I mean, it could be just an hour class.
Yeah, we'll put this up on YouTube and find out. Everybody get a chance.
Sure. I mean, it's just, do a quick class in the morning, watch opening bell, and take a trade or two and cut out for another hour. That's it. I mean, then the next class in the morning, not everybody has the same schedule. I get that, and then of course I could live stage it a couple hours more. And then I can OBS it and keep it rolling for those new ones. There's always going to be some 18-year-old out there who wants to trade. And then of course we can also,
There's definitely a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, and then of course prop firms too. Like we can suggest futures trading props and kind of go to that route too. I mean, why not? What hours can you trade options? Regular trading
Stop
hours.
ES
That's
sell.
it. And then 15 minutes after close. You can buy and sell 15 minutes after close on SPY. QQQ.
Yep.
15
minute settle after the close. That's about it.
Yep. That's about it. I mean, it's yeah, no, I mean, if because I could do it for an hour and a half every morning, even with going to school, but it would be structured, real structured too. So, and then of course, everybody participates. They get the Macticator, whatever they pay their monthly on WAP, and if they want, no contract per se, so they can cancel anytime. Wagnificent Rage Quitter wants to know why you can dump your position overnight. How is it that you do that with options? $43 votes. Um, it depends on the asset.
Iceberg and Cubi.
Okay. So to answer your question, Rage Quitter, it's all depends on your brokerage. IB, Charles Schwab, on their Thinkorswim platform, they can trade options 24/5. That offers extended hours 24/5. You need to use limit orders and understand that liquidity may be lower, so you have a wider bid ask spread and have a lot more difficulty in filling orders. So some strategies like calendar spreads can set up during the last 30 minutes of regular trading sessions. So it depends on your brokerage. And that's of course what the class would be on, like what brokerage allows that. And in really teaching somebody where they're like what their style is. What's your style? Can you put $5,000 into an account and not need it tomorrow? Or are you really doing this to the point to where you're like, I'm new, I have a $500 that I could risk. I need the money tomorrow though. So, there's different brokerages for that. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Like, the spreads on after hours options are insane. It's like buying Bitcoin. it's just so huge. You can dump them. You certainly can find a buyer at that price. And then of course, with options too, I believe, like even with stock itself, you can agree to sell somebody stock at a certain price and sell it at that price to them in a slower market. If there's an order there to fill, it could fill it. That's why we get long ass wicks. Yep. It's all based on the brokerage. So it's all based on your trading style, the way what you want to do. I mean, again, I'm not going to suggest Robinhood to anybody, but I also won't suggest Robinhood to somebody who's like, I only got $300 and I'm taking this class. I want to learn exactly what everything is, and then show them Thinkorswim. I mean, loading up that account takes 3 business days sometimes. It's like, Ryan, I don't want to put $300 in and wait 10 days to get it back. I want it tonight at midnight. or I got money and I want a better brokerage, I want a better fill, I want a better opportunity, then and I can sit on it and I don't care if it sits in there forever. You know, that's the difference. It's just, and of course, there's Moo, um there's other brokerages, like Weeble. Some people like Weeble, some people like Moo, some people like IB, some people like Thinkorswim. It's all kind of one of those things. I think it's Moo. I think so. I think there's a Moo. Although I think this trade is cooked. Um so I don't know. Alex and I will get together and see if we can build a schedule and see if some of you guys want to learn how to options trade and build a program for it for the Discord only. It's not going to be, here, but on YouTube. But it's another tool in the trading kit to, oh man, I blew all my evals.
Time to throw some options.
I'm gonna try some 0 DTE options. Let's go, and make
Well,
turn
see,
20.
now you mean really and truly, if you think about it, the best way to go is like you use your stock positions, and then you can write calls and options. You can write options with your stock positions, and then if you like, you can hedge your positions with future contracts and stuff like that. So it kind of like protects your portfolio. So it's like, let's say I'm gonna bring what is it? I got cash and I want to buy Apple, but the stock price for Apple is too high. Well, one of the classes in there, you could probably teach about the wheel option. Buying cash secured puts to get stock at a premium, with getting the the premium from the option, which will help you lower down your overall cost, cost per share. And then, like once you finally get the position, now you can figure out, okay, well, now I could trade futures to like hedge that. Something, I know something's coming up. I could throw a hedge with the futures just to protect the portfolio, make sure it doesn't go down too negative and whatnot. But
Right.
yeah, that'd be cool stuff to learn, show off, teach people. I mean,
Sure.
a lot of people I've known and talked to, they came from trading options to trade futures, because one of the big things about the trading futures is the commissions are lower. It's more directional. It's not time. There's no time against you. So a lot of things are in your favor. Whereas if you trade options, you got the Greeks that are working against you. They can work against you and work with you. Looks like one of my second positions gonna get filled. Right. Let's see. 7:15. Can we get a fill? Trying to go long.
Going short.
No. Oh, short. So it's reach.
Yeah, you're going long.
Yeah, I'm trying to undo this. I walked away. I was had some stuff some meat on the grill. And as soon as I walked away, that pop, I missed that. I should have took that order at 47, or it hit to 42. Yeah, I knew it was gonna hit
Stop
42.
ES sell.
That's okay.
Stop ES sell.
There's another chance. It's only a small account, so let's see. Try VWAP. VWAP's always a good number. All right, there we go. 732. Let's see if we can make it back up.
Yeah, I like the fact that I know, and I haven't even dibble dabbled that far into like owning a dividend paying stock and then hedging that, making money on it. But I mean, it's doable, it's possible, you can work. Options is a beautiful instrument, man. If you're like, I want to buy this stock like you said, but I'm not sure if it's going to continue. You can buy options to buy it, and if it does continue in that direction and it continues to that price, whatever it is, then you can turn around and exercise the position to own the stock at 100 shares per contract. And that's that's when you can do that. Or you can even do, even if you don't own the stock, you can, if you buy far enough in the money, you can synthetically sell puts or calls if you own an option far enough in the money to write a call or a put without owning the shares itself, just because you're able to leverage that risk. It's more complicated without actually seeing it on paper, but I mean, it's easy to, once you're in front of it and you're able to kind of comprehend it. And of course, writing it out on a whiteboard or something like that would be a little bit more during regular trading hours. You can hedge your position on futures and essentially get that, but selling puts at ATH, TSX. Selling puts is bullish.
Iceberg and TWB.
$25,000 worth of stock on a instrument that pays dividends monthly, and then he would get out. He'd actually have this system where he'd get in Monday or Tuesday and exit by Thursday, and then he would qualify for a dividend payout. And he's doing it on 4 different instruments. And I said, well, one thing with dividends is you get paid the same amount of money worth no matter if the stock goes up or down. But the value of the stock obviously will change in that period of time. And I asked him, well, what are you doing to hedge it? He's like, nothing. So you're risking 25K to make 2,500. Is what I pretty much told him. And he was like, now that you put it that way, it doesn't make any sense. And I said, yeah, why don't you sell puts or sell calls? Sell calls. I said, sell calls and the amount of shares that you own for that week or 2 weeks out. So you can write a position, write a sell option for calls. So if it does drop a significant amount of money, versus instead of having you break even because of the then of course at that point in time you would just essentially make money, make more. So but he's making 10 grand a month buying and selling option, or not options, stock, particular stock, to collect the dividend, the bread and butter. And he's not hedging it. And with options, he can protect his position entirely, and actually it wouldn't cost any money. Actually, it breaks even. It's credits and costs, and there's different things that you can do in that. So anyway, I'm cooked on this position, to be honest. Should have sold VWAP. But the question is that we're in trend. So let's see if we break trend. No, we already did.
See the 700 hits. It hits. This one here is going to be flat. Still going to try to take this long on this small micro. I got faith in 700. If not, then 690. I'm flat. I'm out. Give this thing a little time to run. And why is it going down? Well, I guess it's going down because it wants to get back to the 700 area. There's a nice profile at that zone. A lot of volume traded, so we'll see. I did say that at the open. I wanted to see if it takes us down to 700. I would be looking at a long once we get above that. So let's see. It just might have gotten in a little too soon, but hey, knowing that should have taken the short and then had a real tight trail on it, but we could see what happens. I like this selling liquidity that's showing up on the order book. 735 is nice and fat, and you got the same thing on the ES. They were at the 64.26, and then they repositioned at the 64.17. So they obviously want to see this market go down some more, and they're hoping that with their order getting closer, will push it down further. So if we see that get removed and pulled off the order book, then we'll start to see some upward traction. But if I zoom out, you'll see that there was a nice fat order, 770.75, and they added at the 737.50. So we're looking at 800 cons between the two on the NQ. Yes, it's still just showing 233, 234. So not too much, not as much as the NQ for selling pressure. So that's nice to see that. They want to make sure the market goes down first before it comes back up. Give us a nice entry.
Stop NQ buy.
I want to see what reaction we give at this price 722 and this trend line. If we reject it kind of lower, that is a possibility. If we pop up above the 200, I think we can go get VWAP, and that'd be the knife. Unless it rejects at the 9 EMA. Oh, well, we found support. Look at that. I'm a little delayed, so don't mind what I'm saying.
What do you mean delayed?
What is a 6-second delay? I think from TWB to TV, it's
Oh, really?
like a 4-second delay.
Wow.
It's too long of a delay.
Yeah, that's not good.
Like I could see the profit before I see the move on TD.
Iceberg and Q-Cell. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy. Iceberg NQ buy.
See if we can get back to 724. Come on, 724.
Iceberg ES buy.
724. Yeah, that was a great trend on the downside. Nice slow move down to the 700 area where looking at volume profile from last session, that's pretty much where we were like high volume traded. We had POC. Nice area to take along. Said that at the beginning, but just a little impatient. Wanted to see if I could get it beforehand. But as you saw, I think I took one trade down at the 700 or 702, added, and was able to bring in my average in. So kind of took it out a little too soon. I should have had one, let it run a little bit, but I felt that's good enough, good trade off of that liquidity level and high volume area to trade from. Maybe might get a POC. I mean, sorry, POC. VWAP test. There's some order sitting at the 730. Yeah, you can't see it because 735 is kind of like the heaviest one right now. But as you can see, 725 is where we had more orders sitting, and 727 is coming down. So VWAP is trending on the downside. So definitely, till we break it, the shorts are looking pretty good. This might be another entry for a short side play. If we get outside that one standard deviation, I definitely will take this short down to the 700 and expect possible breakdown. The Nikki did a double top. Yeah, gold did a little number where it kind of sell down into 3450 liquidity. There's 3446 right now. 3436. So it's kind of stacked on the gold side. Gold is popping up right now, so we should see maybe NQES might sell a little bit, but we'll see. We'll keep our eyes open. We'll see if anything pops up on the order book. Looking at the cumulative volume delta, sorry, chart volume delta. Jesus, we need to rename this one. Chart volume delta bar right here. This is the first column. As we zoom out, you can see how, oops, too much. You see where the resistance was hit right here at this level, 725. So that's going to be where we had the highest seller right now. This is just kind of helps us look at it, kind of like a footprint where it gets those deltas on a front footprint. So makes it a little easier. The only thing that sucks about it, it's actually reading the chart. And I might change that up a little bit so that way we can see the session. So that way it matches what we see over here. But yeah, for now, I figured we'll do the chart session. I think I set this up on Friday. And as you can see, we kind of came through this zone right here, met this high volume of sells that we had over here. And they're like, nah, we want to sell it down some more. So we'll keep an eye on this. Maybe they'll come back up and they'll outpace the selling orders, and we'll see this test on the VWAP. I think to watch ES, the same order, liquidity was moved up as price moved up with it. So it's definitely signs of manipulation. So let's see how this works.
Iceberg and QCell.
I think Ryan should move his order down to 732. Take. Oh wait, actually, oh, you're in at 739. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, they pulled that order. Okay, it looks
Yeah,
like
I'm trapped.
you're gonna be in the money, man. They just pulled that order. They moved it up. See, so 735. It's on its way.
I see it. I see it. Come on, 10-point candle. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, such a home run. Yeah. It's like if you were short here, like, oh, that's great. I'm just gonna break through this, and then you're like, nope. I was like, man, that short was sweet. I should have taken it, knowing that 700 was gonna be the bounce. Took it down to the 700 and then traded up. That would have been a fair enough trade for the day. But the bias, I was so biased on the long side. So that DGen monkey, he was mixing those dubs in my head saying, go short. to laugh. I don't know how long I've been trading on NinjaTrader, but they send me like an alert on my phone saying, "Hey, congratulations, first profit trade." I'm like, what? When did this start happening?
Yeah, I have like milestones too on my TWB. So TWB has that already.
Yeah, I thought that's weird. I mean, I've been on Ninja for a little over 2 years, and yeah, okay. And another announcement. Forgot to mention this. The 9th of this month was our anniversary for the TWB. We started back in August 9th, 2022. So we've been on for 3 years. Strong. I know they took the channel out the first time and they tried to take us out the second, but we came back.
I can't hold you down.
No, they can't hold us back. Don't stop.
Get over that trend line.
Thank you there, DK. Yes. It's been a long road. Yeah. A lot of frustration with all of this stuff, with the challenges of keeping the channel going. I'm glad everything got hashed out. I figured it out.
Iceberg ES sell.
See how long this holds. Knocking on wood. Where's wood? There's wood.
Sweep ES buyers. Absorption and Q sellers.
Come on, let's go.
Those big ass MBIs. I'm a little sus on those things. Those get me panicky. Oh, that's why there was order. Okay, that's fine. As long as it wasn't just not any kind of liquidity set in there that did that fired that pullback indicator, I'm like, or this not pullback, but the market volume imbalance. Because a lot of times when I see these large ones, I get a little sketched out or a little sus because I know that the potential for them to pull and reverse on me. It happens. I like the little ones. These 34. See, they show you the edge of when things about to happen. Look, best one yet, 27 right here. And for those of you on the YouTube that can't see it, let me get it over here. Right here, 25. It's hard to see it, but right here, there's a little 25 that printed. That was a start. 27. Here's your 34. And then we had one little 29, but it's like, kind of like, once you got that, you want a little bit more confirmation than that little information. But yeah, let's see if we can continue going up. Get the whole thing out there. Yeah, looks like we're about to, based on the volume delta from the chart range, definitely in the zone for the buyers. But there is a lot of sellers in this whole section, so it's going to be a challenge. So let's see. Well, it's 5:16 my time. I want to go ahead and hop off and take a break. I don't know about you, Brian, and you're almost there. I will be right back. Okay, yeah, I'm back. I was looking for this guy. Luciano, I believe that's how you say your name. Yes, so basically the indicators that you see on the NQ, this arrow indicator is one that you have to buy from the Bookmap marketplace. The settings are custom to what I discovered seems to work for me. I can always share them with you. Basically, I would give you a screenshot of my settings. These are the settings that I found that tend to work pretty good. There are some default settings that you can run. You can obviously change the colors. You can add sound, whichever. But if you add sound, just be mindful that every alert that you hear will trigger, or every arrow will trigger a sound. So probably don't want to have that on. The other feature that you're seeing too is this is the trade finder from Trade to Win. I do have an affiliate link in the Discord, so you can get access to that. And I think should be maybe a 10% discount or something. I don't know if they still accept that on with my coupon code or something. But yeah, basically there's two settings for this. There's the market volume imbalance signal 1. And that first setting will give you these squares, which I use as means to get the break for the imbalance of the trigger. So I have it set to 25. to me, 25 seems to be a good indicator for when we are starting the initial direction. There's also another one here, which is the market volume imbalance signal 2. This one's set a little different. This one's designed to recognize the pullbacks on the market. So see, make sure I got them all there so everyone can see. Sorry, I had it off screen. So yeah, so these squares and triangles right here. So the triangles are designed to either find pullback areas or reversals, depending on if it's a trend day. If it's a trend day, these triangles will be used as pullback opportunities to get in with the trend. If it is just a range day, then these could play as reversals. You know, this would have been considered back in the day. A few years ago, we had last year we had the golden triangle or the golden arrow, and these used to print at those key points when we'd had reversals. But they had since updated, and now we are going to a different. So now they're just marking the imbalances. So these are the two right here, in my opinion, that are the money makers, as well as the trend analyzer. You know, you can always add the trend analyzer, throw that on there. Basically, this is just a super trend that you add. You'll throw a super trend on the chart, and you can do that on any other chart. And you can, if you're using Ninja or, you know, Thinkorswim, any other platform, you'll be able to find it. And it's just like an ATR type thing. It's gonna trail with it. So yeah, all that. I think you can buy lifetime from trading Trade to Win, and it's like 2K, or you can get the monthly, which is about 150. You have to buy completely the volume flow, and it's only like 200. I say that, but you could probably make that money back really quick. So, but yeah, those are the two things that I use. I think you asked the question. So yeah, this is your Trade to Win volume flow. So yeah, you can even ask add alerts, or you know, throw the logo up, do a Telegram. However, but yeah, I saw that you messaged me directly. I figured it was just easier, just hop on and talk about it direct, since you had interest. But yeah, thanks for asking. And if you buy it and you're like, oh, I need the settings, you can always hit me up with a message and I'll screenshot my settings. And that way you can use the same ones. And then, you know, it's mostly, my settings are mostly designed for the NQ. So, I mean, obviously you can back test past data and kind of get it to fit for, you know, GC, CL, ES. Maybe you want to trade nat gas, copper. Copper had some good high volume on it. I think high volume markets tend to be more reliable with the flow volume. Whereas, like, you know, on gold, I think gold has a lot of slippage, so won't get so much of a good read. I do have it set up, like the market volume imbalance set up on gold right now. And it kind of, let me see, it kind of finds areas of interest where there could be a push down. Like, you know, we had a few big red squares that came in, and that was definitely a directional trade. And then there was a few other ones that came in, but definitely something to check out. And if you're interested and you need help setting it up, you can always hit me a message and I'll help you out as much as possible. Anyways, that's it for me. I'm gonna hop off here. I'll be in the chat. If anybody has any questions, you can hit me up with a DM. Whichever. You guys have a good night. Ryan, we're almost there. Almost there. All right. Peace.
All right. Well, I'm gonna follow suit with him shortly after. The question is that are we gonna reverse here or are we gonna continue? Is the question. I could just get out, be grateful that I didn't lose over $1,400, or wait and see if holding that long would pay off to hold that long again. I'll do a quick shout out to the Discord. We got Terry J Sonic for you, Zen. Looks like Dungan Hon, 60-hour trader, hanging out with us in the Discord today. Thanks for your support. If you caught the long at the bottom, congrats, good gain. If you're still long from earlier, you're like me, wondering if we should hold. Pullbacks happen, and it looks like we're just kind of rotating above the trend. And the VWAP and the 200 EMA were above the 20 EMA, which is encouraging to stay a little bit longer. So I'm going to wait to see if we go back to 23,770. It could be a bad idea, and this could be the get out for the long, but I'm willing to try it. We'll see how it goes from here. What's up, Take Profits? How are you doing? Man, it's a pretty updated picture, if I'd say. Took a break? What happened? Did you just decide to stop trading for a minute? Made a whole bunch of freaking money and decided to vacation for a bit and you come back and make some more or what?
Iceberg and Cuba.
I don't like how slow it's going up here in that candle, though. 3 or 4 points. Still having trouble at this price. 736.75. You know, this whole structure needs to complete at 742.50. In my opinion. I could be wrong, but it needs to complete there. We need to go touch it. Something. Yeah, we always have to try to find time to make extra money, right? Know what it's like to have 9 to 5 in the way. But new changes to TWB, Alex Live are coming, I guess. We got points, so you get points now if you haven't noticed. And then the points system, and hopefully we bring some things to the Discord that you know, people can learn more trading outside of futures. So we're testing the waters, seeing where everybody's at, and if they want to learn something more than just trading futures. And obviously, I'm not trying to teach while I'm up here, just trying to coexist with the book map at the moment. Try not to signal anybody. Although I believe probably some of you probably copy trade me. Maybe. Maybe. And if you do, it wasn't me. My question is, we're going to break 736.75. Looking at the book, we got 9 contracts above us. Looks like we're buying. Looks like we're buying. Brought my P&L to negative 150. If we don't push up through here, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I could take a peek at 750 for you, Nico. Let me zoom out of the chart. It's a little higher up than what I can see. It's got 7 contracts, but it does have 541 above that. And I'm going to find out that price right now. Hold on. $7.55. Right there. I mean, thinking about it. Let's see. See if these spoofers are intentional or unintentional real quick. Now you can always type in Discord and come join us in the Discord. It's free to watch. You can see the full book map. You know, I'm not gonna lie. This is probably one of the best streams for trading on the YouTube's platform. And the reason being is because you can literally customize your look at it. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can, you know, play some cowbells, you can play, you know, just the whole entirety of customization. You can see all the indicators that we're putting up. You know, I mean, it's almost kind of like second to none. You can zoom in, zoom out. You want to zoom in, Ronix? Here, I can zoom in for you. Is that good? You need some more Ronix? Yeah, no problem. No problem. Anytime. We can always get it in and out. For those of you that are addicted to the song, here's the YouTube music video for TWB's Think with Book Maps. If you haven't heard the song yet, go check it out. That is Market Pulse ETM digital field. That is a indicator on the book map that allows you to listen to buyers and sellers fight it out. There are different drums for buying and there are different drums for sellers. But of course, I would certainly look to Bookmap to see if you're interested in which side that is. So you can literally trade if you're blind with this indicator. But as you can see right now, there is pressure down. So when we're obviously pushing up, notate to yourself if that's a long or a short buy. Market pulse or drum. So right now we're in the short drum. Oh, when I went long back here. So, I just think that there's no escaping ATH, Brett. No escaping it. So, and I obviously got into profit up here when we went that 10-point candle back up and then dumped off. And now we're kind of building this handle per se. I wouldn't be surprised if we came back down to VWAP to this gap, maybe to 200, depending on how it holds to the gap. Questionable. How much does Bookmaps and order flow help with trading? To answer your question, ETM,
Iceberg and Q
I
buy.
wouldn't trade without Market Pulse, and you only get Market Pulse on Bookmap. And or there's other beatboxes that there's other like there's other programs that do use sound, but I really like Bookmap's sound. Yeah, tick strike. There's the Algo Box, I think too. There's Algo Box. There's tick strike. There's a couple of them, other ones, but yeah, Market Pulse is just directly buying and selling pressure for sounds, drums. Honestly, I wouldn't trade without it. Would not trade without it. It's book 2, gives you a lot of information. It can mess you up though if you're unsure how to read it in the beginning. Like we have 500 or 207 contracts up there at 23,745, and really it's just kind of To be specifically ETM digital field, to be specific about Market Pulse has made me thousands of dollars in regular trading hours trading options. After years of looking at and watching Bookmap, you learn how the pulse works according to how traders are buying and selling. And you literally can buy OTM, out of the money calls or puts, specifically puts, and trade the 3-minute liquidity tests with the Market Pulse. Thousands of dollars, hundreds of contracts, just based off of that. I wouldn't trade without it ever again. In fact, I got to the point to where like you start reading in the chat, oh, this is gonna dump off. This is gonna dump off. You're like, you start to believe the structure. And talking about a different trade, so not this trade, but I turned up the volume on a computer, went upstairs and continued life, not worrying about my 100 contracts in SPY. And they had a 5-minute liquidity grab, and I knew when to get out. Yeah, follow through runs are great, but you always know that like SPY, QQQ, the market, it pulls back for like 3 or 4 minutes, sometimes 5, and it retraces right back to its regular price. So to catch that 1, 2, 3 minute dip, you can literally make thousands of dollars. And the market pulse starts to go off, and then you start to hear it speed up, and it gets louder, more drums, and then all of a sudden, like you get out, watch the 1 minute candle, and you get out at the bottom, and you just could literally buy long at that same time and know it's going to retrace. And you can see the liquidity grab, you can see everything.
Sweep and Q buyers. Absorption and Q sellers.
See, I said I wouldn't be surprised if it came down and got this gap. If I turn on the MAC indicator, not the gap indicator, there's a gap. If you would have went long there, you would have caught that. You stayed above the VWAP on the closes from open to close. So I mean, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it came down and got that gap. But I'm still long bias here. Brett, to answer your question, what's my take profit at and why? High of day. And why? Retest. We got a lonely wick up there, so we got to repair the structure. Even on a TPO chart, we're going to need to repair that at some point in time, even if it's another wick. Ooh, big sellers. What they doing with that price? I wonder. Is VWAP going to be a bid or an ask? Let's see. I got a lonely wick down here at 725.50. Brett, I'm a co-host for Alex Live. We're live, Alex, TWB, Ryan Max. So, do we trade recaps on your YouTube or strictly live stream? I'm only on live stream. Alex might do something different. I don't see recaps though. I think he does post videos here and there. I'm typically only here for an hour. Because I'm in a trade, I stuck around. And I do it Monday or Sunday through Thursday for an hour ETH. So 6 p.m. to about 7 p.m. Eastern. And if, there's a possible trade that I'm sitting in, I'll sit it out with you guys until I either TP or take, get off the, get out of the trade so you guys can watch. What are my socials so you can give a subscribe? Right here, man. Right here. I don't trade anywhere else live. You can go to the Discord. You can come to our Discord and you can watch us live and stream. Sometimes I pop on for earnings or something like that after hours. We're talking about possibly bringing a options learning channel to the Discord during regular trading hours. And of course, we would record it live and have it available for those who want to subscribe to that channel in the Discord. So, Alex and I have been talking about it, and we're not trying to take away from futures. We're trying to add to the toolbox of learning futures and understanding how it works and what everything means. Being that the content would be recorded, we can literally put it on replay for anyone that does subscribe and get classes on what options trading is all about. All the way from brokerage to Greeks, deltas, how to use the instrument, the multiple ways of using the instrument, all the different type of legs and stuff like that coming down from it, how to hedge it with your futures trading, all that. So not necessarily call out or signals. I've showed multiple people, just the brokerage alone. And they're like, okay, so I just push this button to go up and this button to go down. And I'm like, it's more to it than just that. But yes, that's kind of the way. And then, of course, they load up their personal account. They're turning $25 into 150 in like half hour. They're catching on slowly. And, once you learn how to actually get into the market with options, then, understanding how it works, understanding what you're looking at, deltas, Greeks, time decay, the whole shebang, and why it works the way it works, premiums, cost, and all of that, and contract size would definitely, people would understand to make more money. Definitely not a signals room. It wouldn't be for signals. It would, and then of course, sometimes probably during the class, we'll just sit and take a trade. and talk about the trade itself. Same thing as options or futures. Sorry. Execution. Yeah, Silver 4K. Greeks are not fun. I know you're saying that sarcastically for some reason, but for me to be profitable, what I would say I invested in my education for. I had a mentor, so I paid somebody to learn. So it wasn't like, I don't know, wait for this market pulse to stop. So ETM digital field, the best response for that is that I paid somebody to learn that with the money that I paid, I got back in the time that I learned it. In other words, to have a mentor or some sort of like options trading mentor, and knowledge of what's going on in the trade itself for Greeks and all these other things that involve options. I didn't really lose money right away. And because I had a mentor, the mentor I was able to, with my trades, I was able to pay for my classes that I took out of the trades that I took. So I was profitable out of the gate, essentially. Trading options the last 3 years every day. There are times that I get a little bit more gambling than the normal, but my risk reward is significantly different than most. So that's why, how long did it take for me to be profitable? Because I had a mentor, I was able to pay for the class through the money I earned learning how to trade it. And he was the room that I was in that I paid a mentor for, it had support resistance levels. He didn't go through Greeks or anything like that. He didn't explain much of that. But he was able, I was able to ask him those questions and find out from him. So it wasn't necessarily negative. So my education for options was paid for by my trading. And then I guess over time I built the MacDicator, the Gapdicator as well, Gapdicator Pro. So, I created that and use that for futures and for options. I use it for both. So I'm able to trade in that particular manner with this indicator on anything. So profitable, it was a break even, really. And it was nice to have a mentor in that particular aspect. Yeah, ETM digital field, absolutely. You don't tell people you trade. First off, Gapdicator shows you complete auction gaps in price. Like right here, we have a price gap right here, a 2-tick price gap. There was a gap in price for 2 ticks below, which we could be reaching for to fill. We don't know what happened here. Literally, we don't know what happened here. We don't know why it jumped per se, but we know it missed this price. So this price from 23,731.25 to 23,731.75. So 0.5 half a tick. No, it's not similar to fair value. No. and it's not even similar to a volume imbalance. It can be considered a volume imbalance, but it's not. It's just a complete price gap up. We didn't even auction that. We didn't even, like, the most recent candle did not auction that price, even though in that price we had lots of consolidation in that price area. Before we went up, we jumped it. Right. So the gap indicator does also show no wick. There you go. There it got filled. So the question is do we go up from there? Do we continue lower back to the VWAP? You know, did we pile in a bunch of orders to fill to go up? We don't know. That's why it's a gap. This one's a gap 2 up here. We have a gap up here at 735.25. It'll show after this candle closes. So to answer your question about, is it really realistic to target big numbers like most people say once you understand markets and charts? Yes. Yeah, if you want to make 10 grand a day, you can. Can you handle it mentally, emotionally? Probably not. But can you? Yes. I've been on that train for a while now. The most I've ever taken profit in options is 4, but if I would have held using only $300, but if I would have held it, it would have went to 10 grand for $300. So yeah, see, exactly like you said, 10K a day is insane. It is, and it's doable. If I put double the amount of money, it's 20K. If I put triple, quadruple, it's 40, 30, 50, 60, 70K. You can make that much money. It's very easily possible if you can handle the drawdown, the move. If there's a 30-point day on SPX, no, on SPY, SPX, that's huge. You could make $40,000-$50,000 with $1,000, like easy. So yeah, stick to it. It's gonna happen sooner or later. You have to get through some emotional damage before and healing, and that emotional process of trading. You break your mind a little bit. You start to think bigger, and when you start to think bigger, you start to break the mind in time. You start to realize in your value and worth in time, and once you get through that, once you turn $300 into 5K, like me, I did 4. You start to realize, okay, I'm not good. I'm getting better, and it's rough mentally. But once you get over the fact that when you have a losing trade and you're not running to bed, then you can still function on a $1,500 loss day in options, because futures, you have to go through evals and everything else as a prop, or if you're in a live cash, you have to request a withdrawal, get it approved, and do the whole finagle thing. But options, you can have that money available tonight at midnight type of thing. So it's a little bit more instant. And if you have a big enough account, you can do margin. But a lot of 0 days till expiration, or even 1 days till expiration, it will mess with you. So once you get through it, and you find a level, you're not trading, $1,000 a day risk. You can, if you want to catch the 20-cent moves on SPY or SPX, which, will pay you $500 to $1,000 depending on how fast it's moving, but you're using $5,000 to make $500. So if you're only waiting for a $500 profit on a $5,000 risk reward, you can lose that $5,000 faster than you can make the $500. So it's it's quick, it's fast. You get in, you get out. You got to find a support or resistance. You can do it. It's possible, but 10% on $5,000 is not a good risk reward ratio, but you know, it's definitely consistent. You can stay consistent if you had a large account, you know, and if you wanted to hold for 10 grand, then you could. You better be right if you're using $5,000 to trade with, because you really look at the gun if you lose $5,000 in a heartbeat. Years. Yeah, it's gotten better over the last year. 3 years ago, after I take a $1,000 loss, I go lay down. I couldn't function. Could not function at all. My wife even said, "Man, right, hit you that hard? It's just money." And I'm like, "Yeah, it did." That just showed me how attached to money I was. To break that thought process is a choice. I recommend both options and futures. I trade futures ETH, extended trading hours. I don't trade them during regular trading hours. Unless I see the move and I'm like, this is going to dump, I'll pop on a trade during futures, but in futures during regular trading hours, but I'll usually just trade the option. I recommend them both if you can learn them both, if you have the time to learn them both. It's good to have multiple instruments in your pocket. If you were, let's put it this way, ETM digital field. If you were like on your last $100 and you knew how to trade futures, $100 couldn't even get you into a sim funded account on a prop firm. Now, $100 can get you maybe one trade on the ES, one micro on the ES. So you'd have to trade, catch some good moves and move it up. Or you can buy at the money call on SPY for $100 or even $75 and turn it into $200 in a matter of 10 minutes. Correct, Keith. I had a passion and a conviction, and not only that, but it showed me as a person how much I identified my life as with or without money. You get that feeling that you're gonna die if you don't have any money, and for a long-term option, if you go long on a long for options, yeah, you could do that. It's expensive, but you know, yeah, I mean, the reason why you have to go through it literally, physically, emotionally, and until you actually go through it, instead of watching traders go through it, you won't ever really truly grasp the whole idea about that concept of trading and finding your identity in money, and how if I don't have any, I'm going to die. And if you take a loss, you find yourself telling yourself as a person, I'm a bad trader, I'm a loser, shit, I suck. If I only went long, if I only went short, you know, and of course you can't find your identity in the trade you take. You can risk manage it for sure, and you can get out, but then at the same time too, what if you were right? You know, and what if it did move a 10-point move, you know, on the day, and you could have made $500 with $75? And that's the thing. There's always tomorrow, and the market will be open tomorrow. So therefore, yeah, take the trade off, trade again tomorrow, take another swing at it tomorrow. I like, if I was on my last leg, my last $100, I would be able to open up a Robinhood account, trade an option, you know, and if I get the right trade, I can keep building that up from $75. And eventually, you know, you're going to take a loss here and there. But my point is that if you wait for your plan, you wait for your setup, I could make more money in options trading faster than I could in futures trading. So, I mean, and then of course, I'm teaching my kids how to trade options right now. And then of course, once you get the hang of trading options, you can handle the drawdown. Like right now, I'm negative 270. That's not a big portion of my account at all. So I'm not even stressing with futures. But futures, it takes me a while to withdraw, taxes, and all this other snatch stuff. With at least options, I still have to pay taxes, but the money's available tonight. So it's, yeah, don't tell yourself you're a bad trader when you lose. It's not because you're a bad trader, but you know what you feel when you enter a trade. You know what you feel, and you're like, oh, if I would have just went short, and you know how you're feeling at that point. So it's good to journal that. It's good to talk about it. I mean, and then when you get to that point where you don't find your identity in the trade you take, in regards to how you feel about your trading, and accept that, hey, tomorrow's a new day, tomorrow was a new trade, tomorrow's a new account balance. It's okay if you don't take a trade today. It's absolutely okay. Because when you start to see the move, then you take the move and you take the trade, you put on the trade, and you hold your breath, essentially. But you can't associate your identity with the fact that you're a loser when it comes to trading, even when you're trading futures. Right. And you got to understand, like, I'm teaching my kid to trade options right now. He's telling some people, and they're telling him, don't waste your time. The kid's making more money than 40-year-old adults making a week. So really, it's like, and he's risking only 25% of the money he's making. So the whole point of it is that I'm counseling his mentality of win loss, profit loss. And of course, you start to realize who you are as a person when you lose. And you have to be able to walk away from a losing trade and go, okay, cool. No big deal. So what? There's a trading tomorrow. There's trading the next day. There's and if you're liquidated, you go find a job or something that will continue to pay you until you win your plan, or until you stay consistent is the word, not win. It's stay consistent in your plan. And when you can stick to your plan, and I believe in, if you practice something, you make it perfect. And if you're okay with making $500 a day in the market, yes, I agree with that. Silver 4K, losing does find your identity. Even in prop firms, you can buy 20 prop firm accounts, copy trade it,
Stop and queue.
go too heavy, over leverage, and you're like, man, if I would have just went long or short or got out at break even, whatever it is, doesn't mean you're a bad trader. It just means that you're still feeling the FOMO. You're still feeling the dopamine. You're still feeling everything that goes on when you put on risk, and you need to stop it. That needs to stop at the root. It needs to stop at the thought process. So what if you're in a trade? Who cares? Manage it. Okay? Watch what time it is. Watch the deltas. Watch the price action. Watch. Don't look at your phone and snap your buddies like my son does across the world. Look at me, I'm trading. Here's my chart. Boom, boom. Here's my profit lot win. Here's my, dude, no, pay attention. You're driving. Okay? One wrong turn and you lose it all. So drive, and drive and breathe through it. And you know what? If you have a particular thought process, you either go until you break even, or maybe it hits this resistance and breaks it, goes up to this resistance here, maybe it drops back down and finds support here. Who knows? Market's going to do whatever it wants, but it has no emotions to the way you feel about it. It's just a transfer of funds using some sort of asset saying that it's worth this much. That's all it is. I mean, if it becomes, and especially in all-time highs, if it becomes cheaper, buy it. If it becomes more expensive, sell it. Too easy. It's just, I mean, the 60-hour FOMO. 60 hours of FOMO. I mean, yeah, you could get in and out. Futures trade, no problem. You can, when you get into a call or a put, unless you have a margin account, you're out until midnight. So that's the thing. You know, I've had traders go, oh, I went long at open. It was positive $200. Then there was a sweep of the lows. Oh, shoot, I'm negative 400. But if I would have held that long, I would have been positive $3,000. Like, got to know market structure. You got to understand what market's trying to do. You got to understand those things first. Not just, I'm going long. Oh, it's negative 400. It broke my stop loss in my head. It broke my mind. It broke me. It's like, I told my son's buddy, I go, I would have been adding. Are you kidding me? You know, I mean, like, shoot, you're going to add to that position. Don't be scared. Sure, risk management, but don't be scared. It's cheaper. It's cheaper. That's a liquidity grab. But how would you know it's a liquidity grab if you don't sit in front of the market? You know, how would you know that this is going to continue up? How would you know these levels of support and resistance if you don't get taught what they are? Then you're just gambling. So really the edge is just knowing, like right here, it's 742.25. Okay, we're at 742.25. We got 205 contracts at 745. Okay, so is that going to act as a resistance? I believe it is, unless he moves it, unless that trader moves that, or we're going to break right through it, fill it, or we're going to reverse and come back down and test the PLC. Two things it can do, up or down, and then it can be that price forever. But what I'm trying to say is that how would I know that this was a prior resistance? Look left. There it is, right there. That wick. Repair. And then understanding, reading TPO charts, reading tick charts, learning those things, and then confluencing them all together to work as one. Volume, structure, deltas, POCs, VWAPs, time. What time is it? Shit, we're almost at the bottom of the hour. That means something too. Hedge funds, algos, they all trade that hour, that half hour. So I'm up 5 points. Oh no, 2.5. Okay, so what I'm trying to express though is that, you know, are you FOMOing into a trade at open, or are you waiting for your setup? Are you waiting for that 15-minute ORB, or are you going, oh, it's going down, it's got to go down, and you get in, and then it went up? Oh, this is the trap, and you start to realize that, oh, this is going to be a trap. It's going too slow to go lower. The liquidity is changing. Market structure is changing. Market's changing. So it's kind of one of those things, and looking for those supports and resistance. See, look at how price is acting here at this resistance. 742.25 filled. Okay, we got up there. Let's see, we're coming back down. There's a gap right here, 2-tick gap. Why would we hold there? If we want to continue through, we'll go right here to the 200, the 20, or the 9 EMA. If we want to keep going back up, we'll find support there at 40. Okay, we went through it. But who knows? We don't know what's happening entirely right there. Those are just, they're gaps. And you can't really treat the gaps the same from the minute to the daily. They're a little bit different. Another thing is to add to all that, like, might somebody take a loss and handle it like it was nothing. Say that it's nothing. In a sense, at the end of the day, you can kind of correlate with that thought process too. It's like, hey, I know that this person he lost more money than I did. It's harder to feel bad about that. So I mean, like, as a group, like, I always will teach and say, don't tell nobody. You have a community here. Tell us. We understand what you're doing. They don't. We measure our performance based off of dollars and points. We don't. We know that we can ask simple questions. What prop firm? Is that a cash account? We know what that process is. We understand $20 per point on the NQ, $50 per point on the ES. Who knows? I don't even know what gold is at per point. But what I do know is that I like it in physical. But when it really comes down to it, people say it's a waste of time. So you mean to tell me that the 401k you invest in is a waste of time too? Well, no, they start to buffer. And they start to go, oh, well, I don't lose any money that I don't put in. Right. So in other words, that number that you're looking at on your website that you log in to look at it every week or month, are you just dreaming that that number is actually real? Because it's not real. You only should look at how much money you put in it, because the market can crash tomorrow and you lose it all, except for the money you put in it. You wasted all that time dreaming about what you're going to do with retirement because of the fact that, you have a 401k. So it's truly, they want to say it's a waste of time. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. Just show up in the Ferrari and freaking smile. Show up in the Lamborghini and smile. Show up in the Bugatti and smile. And let them think that you rented it. Let them think that, they can't, that you couldn't make more money than them. Let them think that you're better than them, or they're better than you. Sorry. Let them think that they are better than you, and you're just you're below them. Whatever the case is, a lot of people can't believe that somebody can be better. Or when you invite them out to Vegas in your penthouse suite and you're risking $30,000-$40,000 at the tables downstairs within an hour, just gambling and acting like it's nothing, at that point in time, really, truly, they still think that you borrowed it. So I wouldn't tell people, because everybody's willing to talk about the loss that you can lose. You can lose all your money in the too. Nah. You know what? You can. But this market is a great wealth transfer that people are scared of because they find their identity in money. First thing you ask after someone's name is what? Where do you work? Oh, I'm a prop firm trader. I partner with a firm that I trade with. Oh, what a waste of time. Would you make any money in that? Sure. Yeah, what is it like, or, some people, depending on what it is, like some people, like for me, it's like, show me your setup and I'll show you if you're going to be pretty successful. But don't tell people, don't tell your parents, I mean, they were taught. And if you guys are in your early 20s, if you're telling your parents and telling your family that you're a trader, they'll just look at you and go, you'll quit, because a crab will pull another crab back into the bucket as the crab is trying to get out and escape because he doesn't want to be there alone. Misery loves company. So no, don't let the crab pull you back in the bucket. Seriously. Come out of the bucket. Be different. So it's and that's just it. Like my son told his mom, And she's like, oh, don't waste your time. It's like, okay. All right, sounds good. You know, it's almost like I'm starting my own business. Don't waste your time. Go work for somebody else's dream, somebody else's time, somebody else's idea, somebody else's, you know, make them rich. That's exactly what we're doing as a 9 to 5. Go ahead, make them rich. Go for it. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to work 9 to 5. You need to start somewhere. And if you own the business that you're working at and you're trading, great, good for you. But you know, they're going to just tell you it doesn't work. There's no freaking way it doesn't work. I can't keep up with those people down on Wall Street. They're crooks. They're gangsters. You know, they're the mafia, trading mafia. I mean, honestly, if you guys want to get sucked back into the whole concept of a 9 to 5, and it's not bad. It's not a bad thing if you have nothing, or if you have that situation, but it's like, stay there. Don't come out of it. Stay there, because it's the most security, most ideal thing that you can do. You know, you have security, I promise. 9 to 5. And then even then, if your boss doesn't need you anymore, it's not secure. So nothing in life is permanent. Nothing in life is forever. Not even life itself. So really, truly, like, you get up, get out of bed. Some people die as soon as they get out of bed. Take a risk. Take a risk.
Stop and queue buy.
Enjoy life. But learn to deal with the hardships. Learn to deal with those things. Learn to deal with the loss. And think to yourself, still a good trader. I lost this trade, but I'm still a good trader. Still believe I see market structure. I see an inverse head and shoulders. Holy crap. My goodness. Look at this. Left shoulder. Head, right shoulder. I mean, I couldn't see a perfect head and shoulders. If you guys can't see that, like, come on. Like, that is a beautiful inverse head and shoulders. Oh, it's very stressful, Captain. They're scared. Yeah, absolutely. People are scared of the market. People are scared of the market. At DK England, I agree with you. It is lonely. It's isolating. And here we go.
Welcome to Think with Bookmaps, where we trade futures in a blink with Bookmaps. And for that dough, you gotta think with Bookmaps. It's Bookmaps, it's Bookmaps, it's Bookmaps. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. That's right. Everybody's favorite community, the Think with Bookmaps, Think with Bookmaps, Think with Bookmaps community. It's the Think with Bookmaps, Think with Bookmaps, Think with Bookmaps community.
Stop ES5.
Think with Bookmaps, Think with Bookmaps, Think with Bookmaps community.
Sweep and Q buyers. Stop and Q buy. Stop ES buy. Iceberg ES sell.
Yeah, Think with Bookmaps community, man. It's the TWB community. It's the TWB community, man. Yeah, it's the TWB community.
Sweep and Q buyers. Absorption and Q sellers. Stop ES buy.
And for that dough, you gotta think with Bookmaps. It's Bookmaps, it's Bookmaps, it's Bookmaps. All these guys are saying, where the females at, man? I'm saying, bro, what are you on about, man? I'm trying to trade futures in here, bro. We trade futures, man. This is futures trading. If you wanna go find a girlfriend, then go on Tinder, bro. Go on Tinder, go on Hinge. Go on some other app, bro, we trade futures in here. Think with Bookmaps community. It's the Think with Bookmaps community, man.
Well, while I was listening to the song, it came back like 10 points. At that point, you know, you either have that belief that it's going to hit your TP or it's not. That was a sweep. If we don't go back up there, we got about 700, 800 contracts up there that Spoofer moved his order higher. It's trying, you know, it's trying, but I still totally understand the concept. I don't even like telling people, you know, when people ask me, what do you do for work? I just tell them I'm retired. They go, what the heck? You look like you're like 35, 30 years old. And I'm like, yeah, I'm blessed with good looks and youth. And they're like, well, really, what'd you do to retire? It doesn't really matter, you know, because you can't do it. You know, I don't make very many friends doing that. You know, but at the same time, it's just like either they believe me or they don't. And at the end of the day, I don't care. It's to that point where you're just like, I really don't care to get to know you. I'm sorry. It's not a personal thing. It's not a Yeah, it's that's just it. You know, people don't have the mentality to think that anybody can go beyond a 9 to 5 or owning their own business. That's it. You know, it's like, oh well, what do you do during the day? You know, and I use other identities such as I'm a student or you know I'm going to college. Oh, what are you going to college for? Business. You know, something to talk about. Oh, so what do you do for money while you're going to school? Sleep. They're like, no, what do you do for money? You can't just get paid to sleep. You know, it's like I don't want to talk about it. You know, and it's just like, well, then how do I gauge? They pretty much look at me and they say, how do I gauge how much you can afford? And I'm like, nah, fool. It's like, how much can you keep up? You can't keep up with me, you know. And in that particular aspect, and I'm not saying I'm better than people, but I don't like to give people a gauge. I'll let them think I'm poor. Oh, we're gonna go over here and do this, this, and this, and they're like, I don't know if you can afford it, but do you want to go? Yeah, sure, let's go. You know, I mean, then they start asking questions. Do you have an OnlyFans account? Do you go into you know, do you sell your body on like websites? I go, no. Yeah, I could say I'm a financial analyst and analysis. I said some people, I like to hear them when I say I trade. They're like, "Oh, did you buy that marijuana stock?" Like, no, I don't trade penny stocks. What is wrong with you? Well, I met a buddy who bought like 10 grand on a penny stock. I go, yeah, did he sell it when it was supposed to be sold? No. He got out at 5 or something. It's just like, you don't know. You have no idea. You think you know, but you haven't even like seriously? Who trades penny stocks when you can trade blue chip stocks? Oh, I like the one where it's like, oh, I'm in a trade right now on the NQ, and they get on and watch, and they're like, they text you back, oh, man, that must have hurt, and it's like you don't even know what's really going on. So it's, and then of course, you know, they're like, well, show me a statement. Sure, here's my P&L statement from TradeOvate, and they're like, that's bullshit. You're lying. It's like, nah, you know what? I tell you what, since you can't believe it, I'm good. We'll hang out never. Yeah, it's been fun. It's fun to play with the different identities, or you know, when you meet new people. Hi, I'm Ryan. Nice to meet you. Oh yeah, I'm Steve. Well, what do you do for work? Everything. Well, what do you? Are you self-employed? What do you do for services and stuff? Judging you. And I'm not saying they're judging you. They're trying to make conversation, but at the same time, it's like, well, let's talk about something different. You go fishing? You know, I'm a fisherman, so I'm like, do you fish? Oh, yeah. My buddy's got a boat, or my buddy made 50 grand, or, you know, it's just like, yeah, okay, cool. You don't know. And that's cool. You know, and then, of course, even in class, you know, I like to flex I trade futures. You know, my name's Ryan. I trade futures full time, and I'm a student for business. And they're like, futures, what is that? What is futures? How do you do that? How much money you can make? Then they run home and tell their mom and dad, because they're like 18, and they're like, oh, you don't make no money. You're lying. I've had hunters, my son's friends tell their parents, tell them, oh, they don't make no money doing that. No, we don't make money. You think it's reversing, Captain? I don't believe it. It's lying. We're finding support on this right here. This is my white line I found support on. I believe that white line more than I believe what the price is not doing. I'm sorry, Soul. It's not Alex. Your co-host Ryan Mack here. I'm going to be 40 in about a year. So retired at 29 due to other things in life, but I've been dinking around in life for the last 11 years. Is it 11? Yeah, 11 years. Just, you know, moseying on around, watching people. Yeah, 40 years young. Mac, you saltwater fish? Yes. When I get to the saltwater, I'm kind of locked inland. I'm looking at moving to the East Coast. But when I get that done, I'll go fishing more. I have a YouTube up. I have a freshwater YouTube for river fishing. We'll pull out the freshwater giants. But that's, I mean, my family and I, we built a freshwater fishing YouTube. It's nothing great. We only got 50 subscribers, and you know, we barely go live in it. We haven't gone fishing very much this year, but I do love the saltwater fish. When I did go, I went out of San Diego. Zen, I tell people I get paid to exist. I tell them I make money in my sleep. Nice. And you bought marijuana stocks in 2017. Good for you. Yeah, you can make money. It's not so much if you did or didn't. It's more or less them expressing to you when they meet you, oh, you should buy marijuana stocks. You're gonna tell me financial advice and I barely just met you? Right. Well, what do you do? Well, I co-host on a YouTube channel. If you want to watch it, come on over. And I probably have some people watching right now that know me. They're just kind of like watching and listening. You know, it's like I'm up $490, $500. So, you know, I they know I'm on this channel. I like to fly fish. I don't like it enough to buy the gear. But I mean, I get it. Like, it's fun. It's definitely great for salmon and or on the salmon run, fly fishing. I never bought fly fishing gear. I have had buddies that give me rods to fly fish out of, and I always get it tangled in the tree behind me because I'm like whipping it across my whole body in a whole 45-degree angle the back way, and it just like gets caught in a tree.
That's talent, honey.
So, I mean, but I've actually done my own molds. I had time, so I was like, why not mold my own plastics?
Bye.
And, you know, I mean, like, really, essentially, it's just kind of one of those situations where, like, I used my own plastics, my own twisty twirl tails or something like that. I did do that. I did look into creating flies. I like the concept, but it's just so small. You're vegan, so you can't fish, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with, you know, using things and having and eating things that don't have parents. It's fine. Isn't that pretty much what a vegan is? That if it has a parent, you don't use it. Yeah, I release the fish, DK. Most of my catches I release unless I find a good 18, 19 inch, you know, fish that's young enough to eat. You know, I mean, nothing against being vegan. I understand that sometimes protein isn't always the best way to get it. I get that. So, I mean, like, but I eat what I catch and I catch what I eat type of thing. So I don't believe in wastefully, like, catching fish just to let them die on the shore. I do believe in, like, if I'm not going to eat it, you know, thank you for the good fight. Yeah, Mammoth Mountain is pretty good. I like to fish there. A lot of trout there, near Bishop, in Mammoth, near Mammoth. I've tried to catch trout out of the waterways in Mammoth, but failed miserably. Jay Brown. Just sometimes they don't bite. They're too smart to fish. But sometimes they're hungry, they eat. I like to snowboard Mammoth Mountain. Chair 9. I think it's chair 9. Chair 9 on Mammoth is the chair. Yeah, some trips are great, some trips you drink. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. I understand that. Although I don't drink much anymore. Once in a while, I have one cold one. Preferably like beer. But I mean, hard liquor, tequila, but I don't even do that anymore. Just no desire. No desire to drink. Just just fish and raise my kids. So I got kiddos, a lot of kids. I'm building a hedge fund. So one of my kids can go long, the other can go short, and the other one can go sideways, you know. That's how that'll work. I guess she hasn't had any episodes for a while now, which is great because that was the last time that she had an episode or a flare up or not a flare up, but just like a TBI. So we watch it. I mean, we'll see. So far, so good. She had TBIs from not TBIs, but it's like it's like what is it called? It looked like she was having a stroke, so mini strokes, TIAs. Yeah, she has like TIAs sometimes. So, not to blast my wife's personal medical business online, but yeah, it's like it scared me, so I missed out on school a lot that last year. Or like the end of this year, or the beginning of this year. So she hasn't had an episode yet. You know, it's just kind of one of those day by day things. Beautiful thing is that we both stay at home with our children. We take care of our kids. We go to the doctor when we need to. So I mean, it gets tough because she doesn't have the best memory anymore. So remembering things gets hard for her. I've been going to school for ever. Been going to college in particular for business administration, and I've been going since 2004. So 20 years. 20 years of continuous education in the business. Not to add, I've owned several different businesses in my life and successful at a couple of them. Now I'm just trying to get the piece of paper that somebody says that I know what I'm doing. That's all. Finding it hard to catch up with college algebra because I haven't been in a algebra class since 2002. So, and then, well, last semester it was, and the semester before that it was in maths, but I failed them miserably because I couldn't remember quadratic equations. And I'm Asian, so that's just horrible. You got that guy, what is that, YouTube? Oh my God, you're Asian and you don't know math? My goodness. What the? You only get a F? You know, I'm Asian. Don't comprehend math. It's like I understand plus, minus. I understand concept of things, but when do I use a quadratic equation? You know? Filipino. Yeah, Pacific Islander. I'm the Pacific Islander Filipino. So I'm not the Asian Filipino, but still. My dad is a math genius. My brother is a math genius. I ain't not a math genius. Jollibee. I like Jollibee. Again, this is not Alex. This is Ryan Mack, your co-host. What kind of Filipino? Yeah, I'm Pacific Islander Filipino, not the Asian one. But see, the thing is that my family, my dad, my brother, math geniuses. They're almost like they're right up there with Rage Quitter in the mathematical side. Freaking calculus, freaking quantum physics. It's unreal. But me, I only know how to add and subtract, maybe multiply and divide. That's about it. Nothing else. So I mean, it's just Basayan? No, Basayan. I'm Basayan. Sorry, you were asking for specific Ilocano and Basayan. Yeah, not Kapakan, not Kapampangang. You must be GM Floors. You must be Filipino. No, so my grandfather's Basayan, my grandmother's Ilocano. So, on my dad's side, my mom is white. So maybe that's where I got the math, which is nothing. Makabaka. So, yeah, but they're still mathematically. My grandmother is math genius. Grandfather, math genius. Me, jack diddly squat. Captain Price, Makabaka. What is that? I've never even heard that. I don't even know what that means. I figured so. Yeah, he made it up. Makabaka. It's not even a word. Maka. I mean, for those of you who know, I mean, the closest thing to it is bacala. Good luck trying to figure that one out. But that's my and the thing is that I'm being persistent with college because I just want my kids to continue to go to school. Yeah, I'm just trying to be an example to my children. I don't need to go to college. I'd like to be an example to them. My dad did it. It took him 25 freaking years, but he did it. Could I make a Filipino family? 7 children, 6 boys, 1 girl. Yeah. Heck yeah, I started at 19. I was 19 when I had my first kid. But yeah, 7. One's a stepson, but biologically 6. But still love him like my own. But like I said, I'm building a hedge fund. I should grow a farm. Malibag. 20. My oldest is 20. Yeah, yep. Yep. That's exactly what it means. Shit, when I'm 60, he'd be 40. My youngest though is 6 months. So, but when she's 20, I'll be 60. Oosh. Not fun. It's okay though. I mean, my genes are pretty active. My dad is a kite surfing instructor in Long Beach, California. So Jay Brown, 2 kids through college, 1 starting for a teacher, and 1 union here. I'm self-employed, diesel field. Nice. School's good for them. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Like, I also agree that it's a scam, but it's if you're learning, how can it be a scam too? You know, if you're pursuing what you love to do in school and you're getting a professor to sign off on the fact that you know how to do this, then you just have that much more confidence to move forward in life with somebody who says, well, hey, do you know what you're doing? I got a 4-year degree in this, or I got a master's in this. What's the doubt? You know, what kind of doubt would you have? You know, some to none, because I got a certificate saying somebody says that I did this. I agree with that, Jay Brown, 100%. I don't doubt that for 2 seconds and believe that 100%. So it's nice that my wife and I are able to stay home with them because we could teach them life lessons quicker, faster, and, you know, instead of be at work, come home dead tired. Although, you know, my kids do realize that. You can probably hear my kids in the background. Sometimes my mic gets turned on by my 5-year-old, and then my baby girl's sitting in here, you know, crying, and you guys are like, hey, the mic's on. You guys, what's going on? Is everything okay? Like, yeah, everything's okay. Just I got 5-year-old that likes to be conspicuous and just crazy. It looks like we're still pushing up. I'm curious as to what we'll do here at 63. We got contracts up there at yeah, I think 70 is a good target. At least, you know, 681 contracts might be much at this time of night. So, I don't know. We might blast through it because he might move it again. I'm banking on that. If I was a betting man, he'd move it 600 contracts up.
Iceberg ES sell.
So let's see if we can get it.
Iceberg sell.
Let's see if we go get it. All right, so that was a resistance there at 765 that we just rejected off of. Do they eat Filipino food? They eat rice. Rice is rice. Joe Coy. My wife doesn't know how to make Filipino food, and I'm the only Filipino in the family that started it off, kicked it off. So no, I don't know how to make adobo or pancit or, you know, tocino or whatever else they make in that category. If I had my aunts around, like they are in the California, yeah, for sure, they definitely eat Filipino food, and I'm sure they eat Japanese food, and they love lo mein, you know, and they love noodles or pancit, you know, they love that. So I know they do. So. So SOL, it's tough to prove intent. So yeah, kind of, but it's a tough one to say he wasn't gonna buy it. So I'm gonna, after we hit my TP, if we hit it here shortly, I'm gonna log off, guys. Only reason why I've been sticking around is because, well, obviously it's I would like to see it hit. No problem, DK. No problem. I mean, earlier I saw 50 contracts floating across the book map like it was like trying to figure out where it wanted to be placed. I was trying to get into a trade, but price wasn't there. Well, I'm glad that you were able to experience this. Typically, I'll tell you what, ETM digital field, I'm only here for about an hour. You know, I mean, $1,000 is pretty significant in a trade, considering I was in a drawdown of about 1,400. But you know, I mean, at that point in time too, it's like $1,000. Even like at when trade takes, it'd probably be about 1,200. So what's 1-to-1, give or take, risk reward ratio. But usually, typically, I'm good for about $300-400, and I'm out in about an hour. So, and this is ETH. We're in Asia session right now, so let's see if we go get that TP. Come on. Come on, spoof. Move. Move it. Come on. Take your freaking finger and take the mouse and move your order. Come on. Bet you're watching this stream too. Move it. Come on. I know you won't let that fill. We know you ain't gonna buy it. That's why we're buying now. We know you ain't gonna sell it either because you ain't gonna move that order. Come on. Come on. Launch. Go to 70. Yep. See, but Market Pulse is proving us wrong for down, proving us right for up. Who knows? We could just whip right up real quick, go test it out, see if he'll pull it. I mean, come on, we're 4 points away. Let's go. Buyers are still dominant here. They're obviously, if you look up on the book map, there's that down below. There's that like the two red and green at 60, 130%. Those are buyers. So this is a buying pulse. There you go. Scott's popping off along the number. There you go. Signals. Say 810. 810, 810. What's at 810? There's 105 contracts at 800. And you're going to see that real quick here after this TPs. I'm going to pop off the stream. I really appreciate you all for watching. Thank you. It's been fun, you know, talking about what's coming up. It looks like we have about 98 votes. 45% of you would be interested in, you know, learning options with me during the regular trading hours. That's huge. That's like almost 50, almost like 40, 45 people, literally. You know, that's a great number. Not to add, this is only an after hours. So, we could reverse here. Maybe it's time for me to get out. Try not to get nervous in it. Lower high if we turn around. But I'd like to see it pop one more time. Give us a equal double tap. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just
Iceberg ES buy.
I think it's
Iceberg
holding
ES
pretty
buy.
good so far. I mean, I could be wrong. Oh no, get some ES buys. Hmm. Here we go. Let's see if he moves it. Steve Caruso. To answer your question, I wrote those indicators: the Gap Indicator Pro and the MAC Indicator. What you're seeing on the left, those gaps, those tick reversal gaps, that's the Gap Indicator Pro, and then obviously I mix it in with the MAC Indicator that shows me where gaps are, volume imbalances are, and wickless candles are on the Gap Indicator Pro. And then on the MAC Indicator is like 11 different indicators. So you have the EMAs, 3 different EMAs. You can custom make those EMAs to be whatever you want. The VWAP is also in that MAC indicator, and then you have pivot points in the indicator as well. These pivots here, you can customize it by taking it out, change the color to the boxes, emojis. There's going to be an update soon on the MAC indicator, but if it's alleviated, like I'm the cheapest trader you'll find. Okay, so I don't like overhead. And loss is expense to me, so I look at it like an expense rather than a loss. So I don't like paying for anything additional than internet and with the hardware that I had to trade. So I noticed that these gaps were something that price continued to come back to, and I wrote a program in PineScript to recognize when it hits it. And also in the MAC indicator, it shows me where it was before. I can turn that on too. So where there was boxes before, it'll show me the ones that are and have been engulfed or rebalanced. You know, you can essentially do that. So it's it shows me price imbalances that happen in the market where price jumped over a particular price. And then it records it and it tells me where it is. See, we're reaching for it. Spoofer moved. Look at that. Spoofer moved. Where'd it go? It went up to 788. I told you. I told you it's going to move. He didn't fill, did he?
Iceberg ES sell.
I see an order up at 788 with 682. Oh, 138 cons filled, but that 682's up there. Yeah, nah, he moved it. He was like, no. Yeah, he moved it. It came real close to my TP. Like, didn't even fill it. So close by a quarter point. Congratulations on your pass on your combines. So that's, I mean, actually, I wrote the program, and Brett, yeah, you have a 7-day free trial on the indicator. Oh, no, price didn't hit me. I've always been at 70.25. It went to 70.70. Didn't fill me at all. There's nothing there for me to fill. Yeah, just type Macticator in the chat. And then you get a 7-day free trial on the Macticator. I think there's a free trial on the Gapticator as well. Try them out both. See which one you like the most. If you're using, it's $9.99 for the Gapticator and $24.99 for the Macticator. The difference between the two, you don't have all the EMAs. I mean, it's just kind of on the Gapticator, and there is a 50% coupon in the chat somewhere. I'm not sure what if the Nightbot puts it off, but $2,000 drawdown. I'm out of a live cash account, so I have a little bit different drawdown. Started with props. I believe in props 100%. It's a great place to start. You catch a good trade, keep things moving, roll it right in. I'm out on both trades. That was a good trade, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Sometimes I let it run. I have a large enough account to let it run down almost 6 figures, but yeah, almost more than 6 figures actually. Well, 6 figures. Let's just say 6 figures. And the first number is not a 1 anymore. So kind of take your time with it. So these small trades, are small to me. They're big, but they're big trades to other people. I can tell you the P&L for that one. Hold on. I'll post it in the Discord before I pop off here. All right, so the P&L before fees was $1,250. $1,250. It took me 3 hours to get it. I had a drawdown of well, quite a bit, but here's the setup. So I posted it in the Discord live chat, but yeah, no, it was a good trade. So I mean, it would have been better if I didn't FOMO into the trade and entered it at the bottom at 700, 701-ish. That would have been a better trade. But no reason to get out until right now. This is a retest of high of day. And honestly, I think we got a nice little structure there. So, but again, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Ryan Mack, your co-host. I mean, if you have any more questions about the Gapticator or the Macticator, send me a direct message in Discord. You can't miss me. I got a red red name up there. So on the Discord. So you just type Discord in the chat. You can ask that. I can walk you through it every step. Also, the reason why I do Macticator setups and queue for an hour is so if anybody has any questions while they're testing the Macticator. So again, to like, I hope that like you've been able to understand that, hey, I'm not in this trade for 5 points. I'm actually holding to make some money. I mean, that was about a 35-point trade, give or take, on 2 cons. So I try to be the best host, Life Fab. Try to be the best host, but you know, much appreciated, everyone. Hit the like button, hit the dislike button. There is a poll for your learning options with me during regular trading hours. It looks like 46 of you would say yes to learning. If you guys are looking to adding to a different tool in your toolbox of trading, I'd be more than happy to walk you through options trading, even show you a couple trades and how to work one. You know, and a P&L, profit and loss. So, you know, at the end of the day, we'll see if that works out. But Alex is still testing the idea of what people think. I'm not going to take away from futures at all for 1 second. No, it's something to add, you know, and just keep in mind for something in the future. So we'll see how it goes. But again, hit the like button, hit the dislike button. Thank you so much. Why don't we check out the affiliates, check out all those things. I'll look for a new discount for Blue Sky. I'm not sure if they have one, but everyone stay green. Peace out. Nice to see that I took the top there. Holy cow, did I take the top? Jeez. Oh my goodness. If I only knew that was the top, I would have just shorted. We'll see you guys later. Thank you.
Iceberg ES sell. Stop and Q sell. Iceberg and Pubai. Stop and Pubai. Sweep and Q buyers. Absorption and Q sellers. Iceberg and Q buy. Sweep NQ buyers. Absorption NQ sellers. Stop NQ buy. Iceberg ES sell.
Index Medina QQ, your fund balance is 21567.
Stop ES buy. Iceberg and Q buy. Stop and Q sell. Stop and Q sell. Stop ES sell.
futures in a blink with book maps. And for that dough you gotta think with book maps. It's book maps, it's book maps, it's book maps. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. That's right. Everybody's favorite community, the think with book maps, think with book maps, think with book maps community. It's the think with book maps, think with book maps, think with book maps community. Think with book maps, think with book maps, think with book maps community. Think with book maps, think with book maps, think with book maps community. Yeah, think with book maps community, man. It's the TWB community. It's the TWB community, man. Yeah, it's the TWB community. Welcome to Think with Book Maps, where we trade futures in a blink with book maps. And for that dough you gotta think with book maps. It's book maps, it's book maps, it's book maps. All these guys are saying where the females at, man. I'm saying, bro, what are you on about, man? I'm trying to trade futures in here, bro. We trade futures, man. This is futures trading. If you wanna go find a girlfriend, then go on Tinder, bro. Go on Tinder, go on Hinge, go on some other app, bro. We trade futures in here. Think with book maps community. It's the Think with Book Maps community, man.
Iceberg ES sell. Stop NQ sell. Iceberg ES buy. Stop ES sell. Iceberg ES sell.
Dín céad ripit now with an instay above fup.
Stop ES buy. Absorption NQ sellers. Sweep NQ buyers. Stop ES sell.
DNK, your fund balance is 754.
Stop NQ sell.
One bad M5, your fund balance is 1650.
Ryu, your fund balance is 1080.
Stop ES buy. Iceberg and Q buy. Iceberg and Q buy. Iceberg ES buy. Stop and Q sell.
Carl, 1,995. Your fund balance is 720.
Wake up AI. Your fund balance is 426.
Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg and Q sell. Iceberg ES buy. Stop ES sell. Iceberg and Q buy. Iceberg and Q buy. Stop and Q sell. Stop and Q sell.
futures in a blink with book maps. And for that dough you gotta think with book maps. It's book maps, it's book maps, it's book maps. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. That's right, everybody's favorite community. The think with book maps, think with book maps, think with book maps community. It's the think with book maps, think with book maps, think with book maps community. Think with book maps, think with book maps, think with book maps community. Think with book maps, think with book maps, think with book maps community. Yeah, think with book maps community, man. It's the TWB community. It's the TWB community, man. Yeah, it's the TWB community. Welcome to Think with Book Maps, where we trade futures in a blink with book maps. And for that dough you gotta think with book maps. It's book maps, it's book maps, it's book maps. All these guys are saying where the females at, man. I'm saying, bro, what are you on about, man? I'm trying to trade futures in here, bro. We trade futures, man. This is futures trading. If you wanna go find a girlfriend, then go on Tinder, bro. Go on Tinder, go on Hinge, go on some other app, bro. We trade futures in here. Think with book maps community. It's the Think with book maps community, man.
Absorption NQ sellers. Sweep NQ buyers.
GN1313, your fund balance is 4,766.
Wake up, AI, your fund balance is 434.
Stop NQ sell. Stop ES buy. Iceberg NQ sell. Absorption NQ buyers.
ODNK, your fund balance is 832.
Stop and Q buy.